The memorial service will start in 2 minutes. Please settle down. Kanina ba?
Ako ay Pilipino, ang dugo'y maharlika. Likha sa aking puso at ika'y ganda. Sa Pilipinas na aking bayan, lantay na perlas ng silanganan, wari na tipo ng kayamanan ng may kapal. Bigay sa aking talbanino sa mabuti lang laan, sa aking katutunan mapagmahal. Ako'y Pilipino, ako'y Pilipino, isang bansa, isang diwa, ang minimithi ko. Sa bayan ko't bandila, laan buhay ko't diwa, ako'y Pilipino, Pilipino totoo. Ako'y Pilipino, ako'y Pilipino, taas noo kahit kanino ang Pilipino.
Invocation will be led by Honorable Linabel Ruth R. Villarrica, representative of the 4th District of Bulacan. May we request everybody to please rise.
God, our Creator, eternal and almighty Father, you are Lord over all. We come before you now in a final send-off to our beloved brother, our Manong, Jose Claveria de Venecia Jr. Thank you for our Manong Joe, whom we have at one time or another engaged with him at various stages in his life in this august hall. Trained as a journalist to pursue truth and engage others, his consensus building stabilized the legislature for the better part of 5 terms, much more than any who has ever gone before him. Raise among us more of Manong Joe's persuasion, who built bridges across divisions of ideology and faith in our nation, and made interfaith dialogue integral to the United Nations. Those whose life pursuit is peacemaking, like Manong Joe, you call blessed and children of God, irregardless of faith, gender, station in life, or race. It is so because by their decisions and actions, they mirror for us a glimmer of your boundary-breaking and fully encompassing grace. Hold close to your heart his grieving family, his loving wife, Gina, and children, Toph, Joey, Leslie, Vivian, and Sandra. You know them by name, as you know dear Casey, who is now joined by Manong Joe in your warm embrace. Lead us, Lord, to count our days to legislate measures that bring down divisions, so that we too may bring about peace that brings the fullness of being to our people. We pray that we magnify you in every way through our days on this earth, Lord. and thereafter to enjoy you forevermore. Amen.
You may take your seat now. The memorial service for the late Honorable Jose Claveria de Venecia Jr. will now commence. Fellow members of the House of Representatives, distinguished guests, and our fellow Filipinos, today we remember Jose Claveria de Venecia Jr., not only as a former Speaker of this House, but as a mentor, a colleague, and a statesman who devoted his life to the service of the Republic. He believed that laws are more than words on paper. They are promises made by the government to its people. Throughout his 5 terms as Speaker, he guided this institution with steadiness and vision, helping it rise to the demands of a nation emerging from upheaval and seeking lasting stability. Under his leadership, the House enacted laws that help shape the country's economic foundations. The Build, Operate, Transfer Law, which opened the door for private sector participation in building vital infrastructure. The Bases Conversion and Development Act of 1992, which transformed former military bases into thriving centers of commerce and industry. The new Central Bank Act, which strengthened the monetary stability through an independent Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, and the Special Economic Zone Act of 1995, which attracted investments and generated employment through the establishments of economic zones nationwide. These achievements reflect not only legislative foresight, but a steadfast commitment to policies that stimulate growth, create opportunities, and position the Philippines as a competitive economy in a global arena. The Secretary General will now read the order of proceedings.
Order of proceedings for the memorial service for the late Honorable Jose Claveria de Venecia Jr. Eulogy by Honorable Speaker Faustino Boji G.D. III, Representative of the 3rd District of Isabela in the 12th, 13th, and 14th Congresses, and Representative of the 6th District of Isabela in the 20th Congress.
Distinguished colleagues, mga kagalang-galang na kasamahan po natin sa Kongreso at Senado, the Venecia family, friends, mga kapwa lingkod bayan. Ngayong araw, nagkakaisang kapulungan na may daladalang bigat sa dibdib, ngunit may malalim na pasasalamat. We gather as one house to honor a life that shaped this institution and influenced the course of our democracy. Nung kanyang huling araw, nagpaabot po ako ng pagbati kay Speaker Jose de Venecia Jr. We spoke of his years of service, of the firmness of his convictions, of the steadiness of his hand at the helm of this chamber. Ang minsang iyon ay puno ng pagdiriwang. Ngunit ngayon, ang parehong damdamin ay isang pagninilay at pagkilala sa bakas ng iniwan niya sa ating bayan. During his years as presiding officer of the House, Tito Joe showed us what it means to wield the gavel with purpose. 5 ulit siyang nahalal bilang speaker, isang patunay ng kakayahan at kagalingan na mahirap pong tumbasan. Nakasama ko po si Tito Joe simula 12, 13, and 14 Congress at may pagkakataon na may magkakaibang opinyon sa iba't ibang mga usapin. Subalit pagkatapos ng lahat, nananatili pa rin ang pagbigay galang sa isa't isa. Dahil dito, nakilala ko pong lubusan ang tunay na pagkatao ni Tito Joe. Malinaw po na ang sukatan ng kanyang pamumuno ay kung paano niya pinangangalagaan ang kanyang tungkulin sa ating bayan. Para sa akin, mataas ang pamantayan niya sa kanyang itinakda. He raised our expectations of dignity in conduct, discipline in stewardship, and fidelity to the nation above all else. Sa kanyang panahon, ang House of Representatives ay naging daan ng malalaking pagbabago. Economic reforms, major infrastructures policy, ang mga initiatives advanced under his leadership continue to shape the nation's trajectory. Higit pa dito, pinatatag niya ang kredibilidad ng institusyon. He ensured the House was an anchor in challenging times, steady when the country needed balance. Ang kanyang paraan ay simple, ngunit mabisa. Makinig, magpaliwanag, at magbuklod. Hindi siya umiiwas sa mainit na mga talakayan. Tinatanggap niya ito bilang bahagi ng demokrasya. He welcomed different perspective in the room and treated disagreement as an opportunity for clarity. Sa kanya, ang politika ay instrumento lamang. Ang kapakanan ng bayan ang laging nauna at nananaig. Sa kasalukuyan, hindi natin maikakaila ang daming hamon at ingay na nakapaligid sa atin. Partisan noise can easily distract from productive work. Sa mga ganitong sandali, ang kanyang alaala ay nagsisilbing gabay. He reminds us of a time when lawmakers could rise above party lines for the sake of the Republic, when debate was vigorously yet civil, and when national interest outweighed personal gain. Ang kapulungan ngayon ay sinasalamin ang kanyang magandang mga halimbawa. We are called to stay focused on legislation, oversight, and service, regardless of the crosswinds of politics. Sapagkat ang pamumunong iniwan niya sa atin ay may malinaw na katangian. Tahimik, pero may paninindigan. Makatwiran, ngunit may kababaang loob. Bukas sa iba't ibang pananaw, subalit hindi lumilihis sa prinsipyo. Hindi rin natin malilimutan ang kanyang tungkulin sa pagsusulong ng kapayapaan at diplomasya. He engaged across regions and ideologies, believing that dialogue could open doors when confrontation closed them. He advanced parliamentary diplomacy in Asia, convinced that cooperation expands possibilities for all. Ang kanyang tiwala sa kakayanan ng Pilipino na magkasundo at magtulungan sa patuloy na nagbibigay ng direksyon sa atin. As we reflect on his life, we must ask ourselves, what's the legacy he leaves behind? He leaves us a house strengthened by experience. He leaves us a standard of statesmanship anchored in civility. He leaves us as a reminder that faith and governance are not enemies, but partners in moral leadership. Today, this chamber carries a quiet awareness of absence. The seat he once occupied now holds memory. Yet, the standards he established remain woven into the character of this house. His imprint is evident in the seriousness with which we approach our duties and in the trust we strive to uphold. Let us remember that democracy must be guarded, that institutions must be protected, that unity must be pursued, and that public service is an act of love. Sa kanyang pamilya, kay Congresswoman Tita Gina, sa kanyang mga anak at mga apo, we extend not only our condolences, but our heartfelt gratitude. Alam po namin na bilang lingkod bayan, minsan hindi po natin maiwasang masakripisyo ang mahalagang oras na nakatuon para sa pamilya dahil sa pananagutan natin sa ating bayan. Sa kabila nito, kayo po ang naging lakas ni Tito Joe sa bawat yugto ng kanyang paglilingkod. His love for his wife and for his children was apparent to all. In the midst of national responsibilities, he remained rooted in the sacredness of family. To the Venecia family, thank you for sharing the life of Tito Joe with our kababayan. Thank you for the sacrifices unseen by the public eye. Thank you for standing beside him as he carried the burdens of leadership. Tito Joe served with conviction and grace. Sa kanyang mga kontribusyon sa ating bayan, nakita natin ang isang leader na nag-iwan ng matibay na pundasyon para sa susunod na henerasyon. And today, as we commend him to the mercy of our Lord, we do so with hope, not despair. May perpetual light shine upon him. May he rest in the loving embrace of the God he faithfully served. And may we, who continue the work of nation building, find courage in his example to lead not for applause, not for power, but for the welfare of the Filipino people. Your service to the Republic lives on. Your faith continues to inspire, and your legacy will guide generations yet to come. May you rest in peace with our loving God. Maraming salamat po, Tito Joe.
Eulogy by former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, former Vice President, former Speaker of the House of Representatives during the 17th Congress, and representative of the 2nd District of Pampanga in the 15th, 16th, 17th, 19th, and 20th Congresses.
Dear Gina and the entire De Venecia family, Speaker and Mrs. Bojidi, colleagues and friends, the man we honor today was a statesman, a colleague, and a man whose imprint on Philippine political life will endure for generations. Jose Claveria de Venecia Jr., popularly known as Joe DV, or JDV, or just Joe. I, for one, mourn his passing as a long-time political partner and also as part of a family whose ties to Joe are deep and long. Records tell us that he began his political career in 1961, when as a precocious 24-year-old, he served as spokesperson for the presidential campaign of candidate Diosdado Macapagal. Joe went on to become such an institution in our politics that many forget that before politics, he was a business pioneer in the 1970s. When still in his 30s, he would sometimes joke that he was the first OFW. Indeed, he was an early entrepreneur in deploying overseas workers, more than 50,000 of them, to Saudi Arabia. He was also an entrepreneur in oil exploration. Early day investors in the Philippine stock market still remember Joe's corporate brand names as Basic or Land Oil. Let me share a legendary story about Joe, the entrepreneur. After the 1973 Arab-Israeli War, oil prices quadrupled. Saudi Arabia suddenly had vast petrodollars. Massive infrastructure projects followed. The port of Jeddah and Jubail became overwhelmed, and the Saudi government invited global firms to bid for port management. The biggest international companies sent their bids, yet, to everyone's surprise, an unknown company led by Joe won. How? Joe realized that the large bidders had conventional mobilization plans requiring months to build housing for thousands of workers before operations could begin. But Saudi Arabia needed immediate action. Joe's solution was bold. He went to Greece, bought a mothballed tourist ocean liner, and towed it to Saudi Arabia to serve as instant floating barracks. With housing solved, he could begin operations at once. Saudi Arabia needed speed. Joe offered speed, and he won. I think Joe's skills in business served to develop his skills in politics. Joe's instinct for timing, for understanding what the moment needed, and delivering it decisively followed him into the halls of Congress. I saw this firsthand in 1992. It was his first term as Speaker and my first term as Senator. Pampanga, Tarlac, and Zambales were struggling under the weight of the Mount Pinatubo eruption. Joe bypassed the usual calls for momentary charity. He used his position as Speaker to lead the legislation for a 10 billion allocation for the relief, recovery, and rehabilitation of the Pinatubo victims, an audacious sum at the time. It restored hope to millions in Central Luzon and the prosperity that my province of Pampanga enjoys today. Search Joe's name, and 3 words appear: parliamentarian, statesman, peacemaker. It was my privilege to work with such a man. Joe and I ran together in 1998. When he stood as presidential candidate, I had the honor of being his vice presidential running mate. Campaigns not only test stamina, they also reveal character. In that campaign, I saw in Joe a leader of strategic vision, optimistic about our country, deeply invested in its future, unwavering in his belief that dialogue, institutions, and structural reform matter. Joe was an internationalist, not only in business, but in diplomacy. In the year 2000, he founded the International Conference of Asian Political Parties, ICAP, and his colleagues are here today to join in honoring him. He understood that building bridges between parties across borders was essential for a peaceful and integrated Asia. At the time, many participating parties, including our Lakas party, were in the opposition. But 4 years later, by the time as president, I addressed the ICAP's General Assembly, many of those same parties were already governing in their respective countries. Joe understood that political dialogue must outlive electoral cycles. For Joe, coalition building was not a tactic, it was a philosophy. The philosophy that dialogue is stronger than division. He believed that in a diverse archipelago such as ours, governance needs inclusion, patience, and bridge building. He believed in consensus. He built the Rainbow Coalition. Joe served as Speaker for most of the time that I was President. Our tenure coincided with years of terrorism at home and abroad, domestic reform, and difficult national choices. We worked closely, guided by a shared commitment to democratic institutions, political stability, and the country's strategic interests in a dynamic world. He instinctively understood the intertwine between our prosperity and security with the stability of our neighbors. After the tragedy of 9/11, it was Joe who came to me with a visionary recommendation: start a trilateral anti-terrorism agreement among the Philippines, Indonesia, and Malaysia. It was signed in early 2002. It was more than just a piece of paper. It was a pioneering framework for border security, intelligence sharing, and dialogue in the Celebes and Sulu Seas. It became a global model for regional cooperation, proving that Southeast Asia could secure its own house. Think regionally, act institutionally. That was Joe. Joe championed parliamentary dialogue and diplomacy. In 2006, when the Philippines chaired ASEAN, he created the ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly, AIPA, giving Southeast Asia's legislatures a more coherent regional voice. For that achievement, last year, he received the AIPA Distinguished Service Award. We also have friends here from the United Peace Federation. Though Joe was not a founder, he was a very good friend of that federation. In 2007, columnist Belinda Olivares Conanan described our partnership, and I quote her: "It has been a unique political partnership of almost 10 years that has weathered all kinds of troubles. Because the union was strong and comfortable, it has been a steady influence amid all the turbulence. The political partnership has also resulted in many economic and fiscal reforms that have contributed to the economic prosperity now being noted by many international agencies." The words of our mutual friend, Bel Conanan. Joe served multiple terms as Speaker, the longest serving in our history, and a testament to endurance and skill. He had a love affair with Congress, not merely as a legislative chamber, but as a pillar of democracy. He knew the House not only in structure, but in spirit. He mastered the personalities, the presidents, and the delicate choreography and dialogue needed to move legislation forward. But beyond the strategist and statesman was the human being. Joe was warm, accessible. Some described him as Sunshine Joe. He carried himself with confidence, but never without courtesy. He understood that civility is not weakness, it is strength. He knew that today's adversary may be tomorrow's ally. For Gina, Casey up above, To, Joey, Vivian, Leslie, Sandra, and the entire family. We offer not only condolences, but gratitude. Behind every public figure stands a family whose patience and love make long years of service possible. That strength at home sustained Joe throughout his remarkable journey. Our time in public life is finite. What endures, the institutions we strengthen, and the example we leave behind. During the first night of Joe's wake, his nieces and nephews eulogized their core memories about him. In remembering Joe, let us remember as a core memory his unwavering belief in the power of dialogue over division. Now, God has granted Joe his well-earned rest from his political endeavors for the Filipino nation. The nation will bury him as the libingan ng mga bayani on the same ground as Fidel V. Ramos, whom he did so much for in becoming president, and my father, with whom he started his political career. It will be full circle. Farewell, Joe. Rest in peace, and thank you.
Eulogy by Honorable Manuel B. Villar, Jr., former Speaker of the House of Representatives in the 11th Congress, former Senate President in the 13th Congress, former Senator in the 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th Congresses, former Representative of the Lone District of Las Piñas, Muntinlupa in the 8th, in the 8th and 10th Congresses, and former Representative of the Lone District of Las Piñas City in the 11th Congress.
Speaker Bojidi, and former speakers and other members of the House of Representatives and the Senate, former President Gloria Arroyo, the family of Honorable JDB, headed by Gina. I deliver these remarks not just as a former colleague, but as one who had the privilege of sharing with Joe de Venecia the burden and the joy of shaping our nation's path. When I served as Senate President, while he led the House, we stood on opposite ends of the same hall, but our purpose was united: to move the country forward despite politics, personalities, or pride. Joe had an unshakable love for the Philippines, a love that always drove him to find common ground. Joe believed that the highest duty of a public servant was to find a space where all sides could meet, where progress could begin. As a Speaker and leader of the 200 or so members of Congress, Manong Joe distinguished himself most brilliantly as a consensus builder. He had a rare ability to see beyond pride and politics. And he used that gift to turn disagreements into dialogue, and dialogue into action. He built bridges across the aisle and across continents because he understood that the Filipino dream was larger than any quarrel or ambition. All remember energy, enthusiasm. master of retail, he wanted to help everyone. In the house and beyond, Joe's gift was to see possibility where others saw deadlock. He turned vision into motion and motion into results. For him, service was not a posture, but a practice. Steady, pragmatic, and always anchored in hope for our people. And today, as we say farewell, we honor not only a statesman, but a true patriot who spent his life proving that love of country is best measured by one's willingness to listen, to reconcile, and to carry on. Paalam, Manong Joe, at maraming salamat.
Eulogy by Honorable Feliciano Sani Belmonte Jr., former Speaker of the House of Representatives during the 11th, 15th, and 16th Congresses, and representative of the 4th District of Quezon City in the 9th, 10th, 11th, 15th, 16th, and 17th Congresses.
Honorable Speaker Faustino Boji D. III, CIPRD Chairperson Georgina Manegina de Venecia, former Representative Christopher of de Venecia, former colleagues, members of the Philippine Congress, family, relatives, friends, ladies and gentlemen. We gather here today to honor and celebrate the extraordinary life of an exceptional leader, statesman, diplomat, husband, father, and a dear friend, Speaker Jose Claveria de Venecia Jr. Speaker JDV, or just JDV to many, and Joe to his contemporaries like me. Last December, I attended Joe's 89th birthday. I was very happy to have celebrated his last birthday with him, together with a few of our former colleagues, such as former Speaker Manny Villar, and surrounded by those whom he loved and who loved and respected him as much. None of us who were present there ever thought that he will be gone too soon. It was a little lively, actually, during that time. Since we both retired from politics, his birthday celebration was a welcome respite from the necro services we found ourselves attending, delivering eulogies for dear friends and colleagues who went before us. Since our retirement, we have not really been together as often as we used to. We were younger and very active in our country's politics. Indeed, his 89th birthday celebration, we're almost the same age, was a significant change from the necro services. Two more recent ones, of which were the late Carlos Mapili Padilla, a stalwart of the formidable Northern Alliance in Congress, where Joe was a respected leader and motivator. And the last one, for the late Edsel Lagman, whom we both admired and respected. Thus, sadly, as I heard of Joe's passing, I thought of how fleeting life is and how truly grateful I am for all the times I was privileged to work alongside him and be considered as his friend. As I stand before you to pay tribute to Joe's legacy, I'm not only filled with profound gratitude for the moment we shared, the lessons learned, unwavering commitment, not only to our beloved Philippines and its people, but also to the entire ASEAN and the ASEAN community. His belief that Asia's future depends on its economic and political integration. Joe's exemplary vision of a united and stronger ASEAN Parliament, an expanded and interparliamentary platform, or his envisioned Southeast Asian Parliament led him to the founding of the ASEAN Asian Parliamentary Assembly, APA, and the transformation of the ASEAN Interparliamentary Organization, IPO, into the ASEAN Interparliamentary Academy, IPA. In a fitting recognition of his valuable services, outstanding contribution, and tireless efforts as president of IFA in 1994 and 2000, and his initiatives in establishing regional and global platforms for interparliamentary and political cooperation, including the International Conference of Asian Political Parties, Asian Parliamentary Assembly, and the International Association of Parliamentarians for Peace. IPA commended Speaker J. Davis' lifelong commitment to advancing parliamentary diplomacy, peace building, and the ASEAN integration by giving him the highest honor as awardee of the IPA Distinguished Service Award during last year's 45th IPA General Assembly in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. May Speaker JDB's exemplary vision of ASEAN and Asian Parliament become a reality, for only when smaller nations unite can they create ripples that will make a difference in the lives of their citizens. Speaker JDB was not just a visionary and remarkable politician. He was a statesman and a diplomat par excellence, a true servant of the Filipino people. Throughout his illustrious career, he embodied the qualities of integrity, dedication, resilience, and hard work. He served as a beacon of hope in challenging times, striving tirelessly to uplift the lives of our citizens. Even when he was out of politics, he never stopped working, caring, and forging a brighter future for our beloved Philippines. Joe's journey into public services was marked by an unwavering passion for peace, democracy, and progress. As the longest-serving Speaker of the House of Representatives, he championed critical legislation that paved the way for economic growth, social reforms, and international comity. He understood that leadership is not just about holding a post, but connecting them with people, addressing their needs, and advocating for their rights. You know, I remember the first time I saw Joe DB, I couldn't believe because he was already known as a diplomat at that time. And I saw him for the first time in Malacanang during the presidency of former President Diosdado Macapagal. And I was talking with him, and he looked so young. I said, guys, it's been a ambassador to Iraq, going to all sorts of countries, been to Vietnam. And I couldn't believe it. How could this guy, I said, be able to have accomplished all of this? But that was it. And he didn't look like a big shot at the time when we were there because he was very humble, chatting. I was a reporter at the time, so we had our time together. And then, of course, his career as an ambassador also to places like Vietnam. That really was very staggering as far as I was concerned. His tenure was defined by his relentless pursuit for unity. He believed that through collaboration and dialogue, we could rise above our differences and work towards common goals. In an era often marked by division, he was a proponent of inclusivity and mutual respect. He often reminded us that our responsibility as leaders is to listen as much as we speak, to build bridges, and to foster understanding among all Filipinos. Thus, the Rainbow Coalition that started during his speakership became the benchmark for all the speakers that were re-elected after him, myself included. Aside from his significant contributions to the political arena, Speaker Joe de Venecia was a man of deep faith and family values. He cherished the bonds of his loved ones, always emphasizing that at the heart of every successful leader lies a support system rooted in love, trust, and respect. His anchor, his ever-supportive wife, Chairperson and Representative Manny, their children and family had set an example for all of us to learn how to balance the demands of public service with the responsibilities of family life. As we remember and reflect upon his legacy, it is essential that we carry forward his ideals. Let us continue to strive for the values he championed: peace, integrity in governance, compassion for those we serve, and a relentless commitment to progress. We must honor his memory, not only with words, but with actions that reflect his dedication to our country and the international community. Joe leaves behind a rich legacy, one that will undoubtedly inspire future generations of leaders. His passion for public service, his unwavering belief in the goodness of our people, and his commitment to peace and for fostering a better society will forever resonate in our hearts and minds. To the De Venecia family, relatives and friends, Gina, Toph, please know that you are not alone in this time of sorrow. We share in your grief, and we stand with you as we celebrate the life of a great man. Thank you for sharing Joe's life with us, and for consistently supporting Joe's dedicated and selfless service to our country and the Filipino people. As we bid farewell to Speaker Joe Claveria de Venecia Jr., let us remember him, not with sadness, but with gratitude. For the indelible mark he has left on our lives, our nation. May he rest in peace, knowing that his legacy will continue to guide our leaders in our shared journey towards a peaceful, brighter, and prosperous Philippines, and a more united, effective, and stronger ASEAN and the Asian community. Godspeed, Manong Joe, Speaker JDV. Thank you for all you have done and every Filipino and for our country.
Eulogy by Honorable Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, former Speaker of the House of Representatives in the 19th and 20th Congresses, former Majority Leader in the 18th Congress, and representative of the 1st District of Leyte in the 14th, 15th, 16th, 18th, 19th, and 20th Congresses.
Speaker Faustino Bojidi, to the Venecia family, my colleagues, fellow Filipinos, there are moments in life of a nation when words feel small before the magnitude of a life well lived. Today, we gather in this chamber not merely to mourn the passing of former Speaker Jose de Venecia Jr., but to honor a man whose name has become inseparable from the very story of this House. Speaker Joe was not simply a presiding officer in Congress. He was a founder, a builder, a unifier. He was one of the fathers of Lakas, when it was still Lakas Tao, then Lakas NUCD, at a time when our democracy was finding its footing once more. He did not build a party for power. He built a movement for purpose. And in so doing, he helped shape a generation of leaders who believe that governance must be inclusive, reform-driven, and anchored in national unity. As a speaker for 5 terms, he transformed this institution, and under his leadership, the House became what it ought to be, a forum where every legislative district, every island, every province, every city had a voice at the table. He believed that the strength of the Republic was measured not by the dominance of a few, but by the participation of all. He was the father of the Rainbow Coalition, a phrase that will forever belong to him. But the Rainbow Coalition was not merely a political strategy. It was a philosophy of governance. It was the recognition that in a democracy as diverse as ours, Christian and Muslim, North and South, majority, minority, progress is achieved not by exclusion, but by consensus. He brought together representatives across party lines, across ideologies, across regions, and he forged agreements that allowed this House to enact reforms that shaped our economy, strengthened our institutions, and advanced social justice. House Resolution number 247, adopted by this chamber, records for history his distinguished service and significant contributions to the country. But no resolution can fully capture what we, who sat with him, debated with him, learned from him, and were guided by him, know to be true. That his leadership was grounded in respect, equal respect, for every member of this House, regardless of affiliation. He was a consensus builder in the noblest sense. He did not silence dissent, he harmonized it. He did not diminish differences, he reconciled them. In an era where division often threatens institutions, he demonstrated that unity is not weakness, it is strength disciplined by wisdom. And yet, Speaker Joe's vision did not stop at our shores. He was a global Filipino, a visionary who understood that the Philippines must not only participate in the international community, but to help shape it. Long before interfaith dialogue became a global imperative, he was already advocating unity among Christians, Muslims, and believers of all traditions. He initiated dialogues at the United Nations. He opened channels of communication between governments and insurgents. He believed that faith properly understood is not a source of conflict, but a bridge towards peace. In a world fractured by ideology and religion, he insisted that dialogue was not optional, it was necessary, and he carried that conviction not as rhetoric, but as a mission. Here at home, this house has enshrined his legacy in enduring form. The Jose de Venecia Museum, the first of its kind, stands within this complex as a living testament to his life of service. It is not merely a collection of memorabilia, it is a reminder to every member of the house who walks these halls that leadership is stewardship, that office is temporary, but legacy is lasting. The titles fade, but integrity endures. I had the honor of being the principal author of the House resolution that formally expressed this institution's gratitude for his lifetime of service. I did so not only as Speaker of the House, but as President of Lakas CMD, a party he helped found, nurture, and guide. It was my way of ensuring that history would remember what we all know, that he was one of the great architects of modern Philippine parliamentary leadership. But beyond titles, beyond the resolutions, beyond the museum, we remember the man. We remember his laughter in the corridors. We remember his patience during heated debates. We remember his capacity to listen, truly listen before deciding. We remember his steady presence when storms, political or otherwise, tested this institution. He taught us that power must be exercised with humility, that conviction must be tempered by compassion, that leadership must be anchored in faith, not just religious faith, but faith in the Filipino people. Today, House members from every legislative district, from every political persuasion, stand united in grief and in gratitude. That unity in this solemn hour may well be his final gift to us. Speaker Joe once proved that a rainbow is not made of one color. It is made precisely beautiful because of its diversity. The house he leaves behind reflects that truth. And the nation he served continues to strive toward that unity he so passionately believed in. To Manay Gina, to Kong Tof, to the entire De Venecia family, your loss is immeasurable, but so too is the nation's gratitude. Former Speaker Jose de Venecia Jr. has taken his final bow, but the ideals he lived for, unity, peace, dialogue, reform, remain. And as long as this house stands, as long as representatives gather here in pursuit of the common good, his spirit will not be absent. He built bridges, he built consensus, he built institutions, he built hope. And in so doing, he built a legacy that will endure far beyond his years. May we prove worthy of it. Thank you, Speaker Jose de Venecia Jr. Wala yun.
Eulogy by Senator Juan Miguel F. Zubiri, Senator of the Republic of the Philippines in the 14th, 15th, 17th, 18th, 19th Congresses, former Senate President in the 19th Congress, and Senate Majority Leader in the 17th, 18th, and the current 20th Congresses, and former Representative of the 3rd District of Bukidnon in the 11th, 12th, and 13th Congresses.
To the De Venecia family, to Ninang Gina, belated happy birthday, Ninang, to the whole family, to all the dignitaries that are here this morning, all the presidents, Senate presidents, speakers of the House, and all the members of Congress. Whenever I look back at the time, or my time here in the House of Representatives, our beloved Manong Joe looms large in my memories. Actually, I have so much memories to share. I can't do it in less than 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Sitting up there, looking at Tito Joe, sitting on the rostrum, always firm but magnanimous in his leadership, and giving the most eloquent of speeches in true statesman-like quality and extemporaneously. Very difficult to find leaders like that today. Extemporaneously. Captivating the audience for hours in this very chamber. Speaker Jose Claveria de Venecia Jr. was a political visionary like no other. His vision was simple: the Filipino people united as one. But his genius was in how he drew people together. As a leader, he led not by force, not by iron fist. He led by listening, sitting down with us as equals. He made decisions with us, not for us. That is how he got everyone together for the Rainbow Coalition. But many of you don't know this, but he also created another one called the Sunshine Coalition in the 12th Congress. That is how he was elected the Speaker of the House of Representatives 5 times. A historic 5 times that I think would not be done again. He would allow us to shine in these very halls. That's why so many of us at that time were elected to the Senate. Because he did not stifle dissent. He had no mean bone in his body. As a matter of fact, people were already insulting him in this chamber, and he would always ask us to come down with him, pull that fellow aside, and he would talk to him personally, one-on-one. Kung ano man ang kasalanan niya, ano man ang pagkakulang niya, aayusin niya. I had the privilege of serving as his Secretary General at Lakas CMD, at hindi ko makakalimutan ang lagi niyang sinasabi, together with hand gestures, that we should take the people from the left and the right and put them together. He would do that in the rostrum all the time, and even in his office. But really, he was truly a leader of the centrist Democrats in Asia. What a simple but radical mission. In a world that finds comfort in division, today it's either you're in the left or you're in the right, you're liberal or conservative, red, blue, so divided. He saw that genuine change is only achievable when people have the courage to step beyond arbitrary lines. That was his vision at that time. And he engineered avenues for us all to take the step toward a more united future. Talagang humanga po ako sa kanyang leadership style, especially since I was just a young member of the House of Representatives at the time. I was his spice boy, together with Ace Barbers, the late Nonoy Andaya. We were the spice boys of then President Gloria Arroyo, Mike Defensor, Nani Braganza, Ricky Sandoval. We, of course, were in the minority in the 11th Congress, headed by our very own Manny Sonny Belmonte. This is where we shine. And we had that opportunity in the 12th Congress to come up with a Sunshine Coalition and made Speaker Tito Joe become the Speaker of the House once again. It was a blessing for me to learn so much lessons from Manong Joe. He himself being one of the best, and I consider him a mentor. I only consider a few people my mentor in politics, and Ninong Joe, Tito Joe, was a mentor. Sa Senado nga po, hantsaw nila sa akin, ako daw si Joe de Venecia Jr. Tanong mo kina Sherwin, yan ang kantsaw nila sa akin. Dahil daw palagi ako nagsasabi na kailangan natin ng caucus, ng consultation, at ng consensus building. I learned so much from Tito Joe. Dala ko yan palagi, lalo ako naging Senate President. I also did my version of the Sunshine Coalition, wherein we had the biggest majority in 2022 of 22 members of the majority, only 2 members in the minority. I learned that from no other than Tito Joe, by carrying his legacy forward. Late last year, we had the wonderful opportunity in inviting Tito Joe and Ninang Gina to the Senate so we could present him with a resolution commending him for his service to the country. I'm glad that we were able to do that and celebrate it with him while he was still with us. I'm so happy that we did it last year and he got to feel the love of so many of us that were under his leadership. Now, as he joins his beloved Casey up in heaven, he can rest easy knowing that he leaves a beautiful legacy for the country behind him. From one of your Spice Boys, Tito Joe, maraming salamat po. And may God bless the family. Thank you.
Senator Zubiri will now present a resolution adopted by the Senate, Resolution number 38, entitled Resolution Honoring the Life and Legacy of the Honorable Jose de Venecia Jr., former Speaker of the House of Representatives and venerable statesman, and expressing the Senate's deepest sympathies and condolences upon his passing. May we invite the other senators to join the Honorable Zubiri in the presentation of the Senate resolution to the bereaved family. Eulogy by Senator Loren Legarda, former President pro tempore of the Senate and Senator of the Republic of the Philippines in the 11th, 12th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 19th, and 20th Congresses, and former Representative of the Lone District of Antique and Deputy Speaker in the 18th Congress.
Pinakitang pinakamatandang senador mula pa sa 10th or 11th Congress. But anyway, House Speaker Bojiti and former President Gloria Arroyo, and esteemed speakers of the House of Representatives, my colleagues in the Senate, Manay, my dear friend Gina de Venecia, Kong Toff, and the de Venecia Vera Perez families, colleagues in government. How do we measure the life of a man who always seemed to stand at the crossroads of our nation's history? Today, I speak not only as a senator of the Republic, but as one of the many whose paths were defined by the generosity and faith of former Speaker Jose de Venecia Jr. He was our beloved Manong Joe, a statesman to the world, a peacemaker in times of division, but to many of us, a mentor and a friend. I probably would not be your four-term senator today if way back in 1997, Manong Joe had not brought me into the Lakas party. I was then a very young 37-year-old journalist, far from imagining a career in the Senate. He believed in my capabilities long before I did. He shared his knowledge and wisdom, opened doors that I did not even knew existed. insisted that my voice and the voices of everyday Filipinos have a place in the great conversation about our nation's future. What I will remember most is not his unprecedented 5 terms as speaker, nor the many global organizations he founded and led across Asia, Europe, and the world. I will remember the quiet conversations, the sincere words of encouragement, the way he made you feel that your work and your voice mattered. When he told you that you could do much more, you believed him because he had already given so much of himself to the country he loved. In one of his recent articles, Manong Joe wrote, and I quote, "Public office is both a privilege and a crucible. It tests your resolve, challenges your principles, and demands sacrifices not only from you, but also from your loved ones," unquote. Those words ring painfully true today. They remind us that behind every achievement in his long career stood a man who knew the cost of service to himself and to his devoted wife, Manay Gina, to their children, to the family that shared him with the nation. His reflection is also a gentle reminder that all of us who remain in public service, in public life, that the position we hold now is indeed temporary, but the integrity with which we bear its burdens will outlast us. Manong Joe, or JDV, lived that truth. He helped steer our country through turbulent post-martial law years, building the Rainbow Coalition that enabled long-needed reforms to pass and helped to heal the fractures in our democracy. He championed laws that converted former military bases into engines of economic development, opened our economy to new partnerships, and gave overseas Filipinos a dignified way to support their families. He reached out to those who once stood on the other side of conflicts, not because it was convenient, but because he believed that peace, however challenging, was always worth taking a risk for. Yet if you spoke with him away from the podiums and the plenary halls, he did not talk first about history or legacy. He talked about people. The farmer who would gain from a new law or even from an economic zone. The overseas worker whose remittances would put a child through school. The young public servant who only needed one word of encouragement to keep going. For him, politics was never simply about power. It was about building bridges between parties, between religions, between generations, so that the republic he so loved could endure and become more humane, more inclusive, more at peace with itself. We mourn today not only the country's loss of a brilliant leader and a global statesman, but my own loss of a mentor and a dear friend. I will miss the many meetings with Gina, dinners and lunch and out-of-town trips, the thoughtful, wise advice, the gentle but firm reminders that we can always do better for our people. I will miss the way he could see beyond the crisis of the moment and speak instead of the kind of future we want for our country and of our shared responsibility to bend it towards justice and peace. To my dear Gina, celebrated her birthday yesterday at the young age of 77, 12 years younger than Manong. To the whole Vera Perez and the Venecia families, please know that we share your grief, but we also share your honor and your pride. In 2024, the Senate has already spoken in a resolution that honors former House Speaker Jose de Venecia Jr.'s illustrious career and his invaluable contributions to the country. I was so honored to have principally authored that resolution. Today, I wish simply to add a more personal note that his greatest legacy is not only the institutions he built or the laws he passed, but the men and women he encouraged, and that includes me of more than 25 years ago. The younger leaders he formed, the faith in this republic that he passed on to all of us. Thank you, Gina, for giving me the opportunity to say goodbye 10 minutes before he passed away. Thank you for that thoughtful call. And you even said, ikaw na lang inaantay ni Manong mag-goodbye ka. And I'm glad I looked out the window, took a good selfie video, and said goodbye, showing my gratitude for the life so well lived. Rest in peace, our dear Manong Joe. We will honor you best, not by our words today, but by the way we choose to serve our country every day. Thank you.
Eulogy by Senator Win Gatchalian, Senator of the Republic of the Philippines in the 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th Congresses, and former representative of the 1st District of Valenzuela City in the 12th and 16th Congress.
My sincere condolences to Tita Gina, to Toff, to the rest of the family. Thank you for the opportunity to honor Speaker de Venecia with all of you today. Many of us here remember Speaker JDV for his warmth, his ability to put people at ease, and for his gift for making people feel validated, seen, and acknowledged. But more than these impressions, what remains with me are the lessons of his leadership left behind. 3 realizations stand out, and the first literally takes me back to the beginning. He was my first speaker when I entered public service. This was during the aftermath of EDSA 2, after public protests created the conditions for a change in government. The House elected JDB to the speakership in February, very shortly after President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo took her oath of office. Mabilis ang mga pangyayari noong panahong iyon, but the House environment was stable. This was not accidental. It was because of the steady leadership of JDV. He understood that institutions must continue to function even after great strain. Natutunan ko sa kanya na kapag hindi malinaw ang nangyayari sa paligid, ang leader dapat ang pinakakalmado. Leadership means being the rally point that resolves normalcy so that the work of serving the public can continue. JDV's calmness was matched equally by his diplomacy. Speaker de Venecia had a remarkable skill for helping people find common ground. He was able to get people to compromise, not for the sake of compromising, but to find the best and the most lasting solutions. Nowhere was consensus for the common good more evident than in the Rainbow Coalition. It was a broad alliance that really cut across party lines, from Lakas to Liberal Party to the National People's Coalition and Kilusang Bagong Lipunan, deliberately built for the purpose of legislative stability and reform. Under Speaker JDV's guidance, the coalition enabled the passage of transformative laws. The Basis Conversion Development Act of 1992 balanced national economic goals and the effects of economic disruption on local communities when the U.S. bases were closed. This paved the way for turning former military sites into engines of civilian growth. The Build, Operate, and Transfer Law created a framework that reconciled the country's urgent infrastructure needs with the private sector's concerns over accountability and private sector participation. The same coalition advanced the new Central Bank Act, which strengthened monetary stability, and the Higher Education Act of 1994, which created the Commission on Higher Education and professionalized tertiary education governance. Finally, Speaker De Venecia knew the value of positioning our country to be ready to meet the challenges of the changing world. He was a leader with a global perspective who understood that globalization was not just a concept, but a reality that brought concrete consequences to the daily lives of Filipinos. This perspective was reflected in the passage of the Migrant Workers and Overseas Filipino Act of 1995. The law institutionalized protections for overseas Filipino workers by mandating that they be employed only where their rights are protected. Safeguards against illegal recruitment were put in place, as well as provisions for social services and legal support. This was forward-thinking, responsive legislation that prepared the nation for the future. Even as he led the House of Representatives, JDV remained deeply connected to his roots in Pangasinan. 6 na termino siyang nanungkulan bilang kinatawan ng ika-4 na distrito ng Pangasinan, kasama ang kanyang katuwang sa buhay na si Congresswoman Gina. Their collective commitment to public service reflected a partnership grounded in trust, dedication, and mutual respect. He was a leader, a husband, a father, and a man of faith. Those who know him best call him simply Manong Joe. As we pay tribute to him in the halls he served so well, let us honor his legacy of leadership that flowed from his character. Calm in crisis, open in dialogue, and faithful in service to the nation. Thank you, JDV, for showing us that it is possible to bring people from different backgrounds together and open the door for genuine progress. We will honor your life by following your lead and create a stronger, more stable country for future generations. Maraming salamat, Speaker JDV. Hindi ka namin makakalimutan.
Eulogy by Honorable Conrado M. Estrella III, Secretary of the Department of Agrarian Reform, former representative of the 6th District of Pangasinan in the 8th, 9th, 12th, 13th, and 14th Congresses, former representative of Abono Party List in the 16th, 17th Congresses, and in the 18th Congress as Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Tita Gina, and the members of the De Venecia family, and of course all the distinguished friends of the late Speaker Manong Joe De Venecia. Ladies and gentlemen, hindi na sana ako pupunta because it's unfair. Nandito ako sa burol niya, pero sa burol ko hindi naman siya pupunta. But anyway, my first experience with the natatawa si Congressman. My first experience with the late Speaker Manong Joe. Kasi nakilala ko na lahat ng mga congressman sa Pangasinan. Way back in 1987, the 8th Congress, we were all together with the Speaker. And hindi pa Speaker si Manong Joe nun. Nakilala ko na si Congressman Orbos ng 1st District. Nakilala ko na si kumpare ko, si Joe, Congressman Joe ng 2nd District. Nakilala ko na rin yung sa 3rd District, si Tata Paping. Nakilala ko na rin si, siyempre, sa 5th, yung uncle ko, yung namatay na. And then ako sa 6th noon. I have not met yet Speaker Congressman Joe de Venecia. I've been hearing a lot about him. So many nice things about him. And then sabi ko kay Joe Bengson, Congressman Joe Bengson, kumpadre, di ko pa nami-meet si Speaker de Venecia, sabi ko. Andyan, punta ka doon sa South Wing. Nandyan yan. Makikita mo yan dyan. Nakita ko lang yung picture niya sa sabi ko. Pero how do I distinguish him? Sabi sa akin ni kumpare Joe Bengson, madali mong makilala yan. Makikita mo yung tenga niya. Tapos tignan mo yung kilay niya. Parang yung karakter sa Mahjong. Tignan mo yung pantalon niya. High waist yan. Yan, siya na yan, sabi niya. Pagpasok ko sa South Wing, nakita ko siya. Ito na nga, sabi ko. Butterfly ears, Mahjong set of eyebrows. Tapos nagpakilala na ako. Sir, sabi ko sa kanya, ako yung apo ni Tata Kundring. Ako si Congressman Conrado Estrella III, sabi ko. At sabi niya, ikaw pala ang apo ni Kundring, sabi niya. Oho, sabi niya. Asa malakad mo? Sabi niya, may lakad ka ba ngayon? Wala naman, sir. Andito lang, sa session, sabi ko. And then he said, bigla-bigla, first time ako nakilala, sabi niya sa akin, alika, sumama ka sa akin. You join me. In Pangasinan, he said, Mila Kedchak, meron tayong pupuntahan, sabi niya. Saan, sir? Basta sumama ka, sabi niya. And tatawagan ko lang yung driver ko, sabi ko. Wag mo nang tawagan yung driver mo. You ride in my car, sabi niya. So, ako naman, uto-uto rin. Siyempre, statesman yun. Nakinig ako. I rode with him in his car. Halika, sumama ka sa akin, sabi niya. Iti-train kita, sabi niya. Alam mo kasi, sabi niya, towards the end of the year, yung mga cabinet members, yan mga offices, yan mga departments, merong savings yan. Lalo na sa DPWH. So, I didn't know that. I didn't realize there was such a thing as savings because I was a neophyte congressman at that time. I was only 26 years old. So, sabi niya sa akin, alika, sumama ka. Sabi niya, ipapakilala kita. So we went to DPWH. I cannot recall who the secretary of DPWH then. Pinakilala niya ako. Ito, si Congressman Estrella, batang-bata ito. Nasa oposisyon yan, sabi niya. Imagine, he even emphasized, because I ran under KBL, that was the time when nobody wanted to touch KBL with a 10-foot pole. So, sabi niya, kahit nasa KBL yan, yung batang yan, tulungan mo. Sabi niya doon sa secretary. So, I hitched a ride and it was a very productive ride. Sabi niya sa akin, yan, first lesson na. Sabi niya, tatandaan mo yan. Pagkatapos nito, so I was able to get projects because of him. Pagkatapos nito, sabi niya, lahat ng pupuntahan mong department, because you will do a lot of legwork, huwag ka munang mag-utos ng mga liaison officers. Kasi ang liaison officers, they will not be respected. Ikaw mismo ang magpunta. Pagsipagan mo, sabi niya. And so, I never sent any liaison officer because of him. And sabi niya, oh, kunin mo na yung birthday niyan, mga yan. Sabi niya, kunin mo na yung mga important events sa buhay nila. He taught me that, Tita Gina. And because of that, oo nga, ginawa ko nga. So I spoke to the department heads, kinuha ko ang mga birthdays nila, and tuwing birthday nila, nagpapadala ako ng regalo. Sana sa birthday ko rin, yung mga congressman dito, tandaan ninyo. That was the reason why I was able to establish a very effective network in government. Salamat, Tito Joe. Salamat, Manong Joe, sa itinuro mo sa akin. I will not forget that. And then, there was one incident na pinuntahan ko siya dun sa bahay. And Tita Gina, I don't know how Tito Joe was able to convince you to always accept visitors 24/7. Nagugulat ako dun sa bahay nila, speaker. Hanggang sa kwarto nyo, nakakaabot pa ang mga bisita. There was a time when the speaker doesn't feel well. Pinaakyat pa ako sa kwarto, Conrad, ano ba yun? And he was not feeling well. So, napuntahan ko na yung bahay nyo, lahat ng corner. Memoryado ko na . So, when I went there were many congressmen lined up. Congressmen, congresswomen, and even local government officials from different provinces. And because I had to line up also, even if I'm from Pangasinan. Pinapanood ko siya. Oh, ano yun? Anong problema mo? Sige. Aksyonan niya kagad. Melinda, tawagan mo si ganito. Alam ko na yun dahil habit na yun. Andyan sila lahat sa likod Kuminsan, Nelson, yung sa Pangasinan, ganito. Kung sino-sino, alam na niya yan. Si Crisel ba yun? Si, what's her name again? Yeah. Meron siyang mga inutusan Tawagan mo si secretary ganito. Tawagan mo si general ganito. Tatawagan niya kagad. Okay na yung problema mo. Ito, mag-usap kayo. Papakausap niya kagad. Ina-aksyonan agad. He does not only give lip services. Pero, kapag nakita niya wala nang yung mga job seekers na nadatnang ko doon, na gustong maging head ng mga agency, kung minsan, kahit hindi naman qualified, sinasagot na lang niya. He just humors them by saying, sige, hanapan kita ng pwesto. Pag hindi ako makahanap ng pwesto para sa iyo, itong pwesto ko, bigay ko sa iyo. That was Speaker Joe. And I learned that from him. And that's why kung merong pumupunta kagad doon sa opisina, even when I was congressman and up to now that I am member of the cabinet, basta may tumatawag doon, may pumupuntang congressman, I try my best to address it as soon as possible. Again, Speaker Joe, thank you for that lesson. Tatandaan ko parati yan. The example that you have showed me, I am following it now. And then there was, again, another time when I visited the house of Tita Gina and the speaker. There was even a time nung lumipat na kayo sa Forbes and meron siyang barber, ano dun eh, nagpapagupit. Meron siyang barbero na dun, may mini barber shop sa dun. And then there were times na dun sa opisina niya, pinupuntahan ko. And then, all of a sudden, lo and behold, I see people who have been lambasting him, who have been criticizing him, who have been hitting him even in public. Speaker, sabi ko, di ba yan bumabanat sa inyo yan noon? Oh, dito, sabi ko. O pati yan, ilang beses na yan, natsyempohan ko. Sabi niya, alam mo yan, Conrad, sabi niya, huwag ka na magtanim ng galit. Oo, tumitira sa atin yan mga yan noon. Pero tignan mo, tumutulong naman tayo sa kanila ngayon. Kaya, mas mabuti pa, Conrad, sabi niya, huwag ka na magtanim ng galit. Kasi kung magtatanim ka ng galit, ikaw din naman ang magsasuffer because you will carry the burden. Again, Speaker Joe, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the lessons that I have learned from you. And I will pass this on to the next generations of the Estrellas. Speaker, sana makuha ko rin yung pagkawiti ninyo. Kasi naalala ko noon, nung sinabi ko, Speaker, ang ganda naman ng Amerikana nyo. He loves to wear nice suits. Pati yung korbata niya maganda. Ganda ng suit nyo, Mr. Speaker. Ang ganda ng Amerikana nyo. Ang sagot niya sa akin. Kaya ako naggaganito para hindi mahalatang wala akong pera. And then, I brought my mayors to him. Kinausap niya, in-entertain niya. And then sinabihan pa niya yung mga mayors, susunod pupunta kayo dito, sasabihin niyo sa akin. Dahil alam naman ninyo, pag tiga Pangasinan, ibo-blow out ko kayo sa restaurant na hindi baling, hindi masarap, basta mahal. That's the speaker. He always makes you smile. So, Speaker, Joe, the people of Pangasinan will always be proud of you. Not because you are a 5-time speaker, you are par excellence diplomat, you are the author of Rainbow Coalition. No. We will be proud of you, not because you are a Speaker de Venecia. We will be proud of you because you are our Manong Joe de Venecia. See you when we see you, Speaker. Thank you.
Eulogy by Honorable Manuel Mar A. Rojas II, former Senator of the Republic of the Philippines in the 13th and 14th Congresses, and former Majority Leader of the House of Representatives in the 11th Congress, representative of the 1st District of Capiz in the 9th, 10th, and 11th Congress.
Manny, Gina, Toff, Joey, members of the Venecia and Vera Perez families, Speaker Bojidi, Madam President, distinguished personages, members of the House, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Manay, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, and as well to your family, to convey my condolences here and be a part of this tribute for Manong Joe. A lot already has been said. I'll try and start from the other end of the arc. Remember the days when PAL meant plane always late? Before 1992, only some 15,000 passengers flew our skies every day. Last year, 170,000 passengers flew over the Philippines every day, bringing commerce, tourism, and person-to-person contact all over our country. Remember the days when you had to make suhol to get a telephone line? May kaparty line pa. In 1992, there were only 56,044 cellular subscriptions in the whole country. Para lang sa may mga may kaya. Last year, there were some 133 million active mobile subscribers, democratizing communication, making it easier, more reliable, and cheaper, and enabling business and livelihood and learning all across our country. Remember the days when we had 12-hour blackouts and constant power outages. In 1992, we had a highly concentrated, state-dominated monopoly in power generation, transmission, distribution, and exploration. Since then, we enabled the entry of independent power producers, the BOT mechanism for mobilizing private resources towards public goods, the foundations for EPIRA, and so on. Now, we have greater stability in power supply, the interconnection of Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, and more capital and technology entering the sector. And so on, in the fields of shipping and ports, the downstream oil industry, banking and finance, selected manufacturing, trade and tariffs, water services, strategic assets like Fort Boni, BGC now, PNB, Petron, National Steel, and even the devolution to local government. All these did not happen just like that. All these needed the long, tedious, painstaking processes of legislation, IRRs, government issuances, the messy sausage-making of government. All these needed a shepherd, a mechanic, a visionary, a leader. All these required a JDV. JDV put the bones, meat, and sinew into Philippines 2000. From monopolies, we got competition. From price controls, market pricing. From capital entry restrictions, private and foreign investment. From the sick man of Asia to a Philippines with a better future. The legislation he led, enabled, and supported unleashed the energies of our people and gave our country a better than even chance at modernity. The battle cries of liberalization, deregulation, privatization, and devolution were operationalized and birthed into being through Joe DV's commitment and efforts. In this very hall, September 1, 1993, some 33 years ago, JDV administered my oath as a freshman member of the House. You might say I was then an ambivalent, in-transit politician. I was a reluctant panakipbutas, a compromise candidate to fill the seat vacated by my brother Dingoy, who died of cancer earlier in the year. I was a neophyte, and because I came in through a special election together with Manong Edel Amante of Agusan, I didn't have an office, committee assignments, friends, batchmates, nor did I know the workings of Congress. but I soon learned there was free merienda every afternoon at the South Lounge. Soon thereafter, Manong Joe called me to his office and said, "You don't know me, and you are new here, but I will help you, and if you learn and work hard, you can do many good things for our people." Thereafter, because of my background in venture capital and investment banking, he began the process of creating a subcommittee for entrepreneurship under the Committee of Trade and Industry. I demurred and even protested, but Manong Joe said something that I will always remember to this day. Everyone deserves a place under the sun. It was his way of motivating and encouraging me and all that he worked with. And I saw how, starting with but a few congressmen, he crafted this principle into the juggernaut Rainbow Coalition that produced one of the most consequential and successful legislative agendas in our country's history. JDV was, to use Theodore Roosevelt's construct, the man in the arena. The man who actually steps forward to try, who acts, risks failure, gets criticized, but still and all, the man who shows up. The courageous man who believes that doing something, even if imperfectly, is more honorable and worthwhile than never trying at all. And so here we are, JDV, Joe de Venecia, Speaker Joe, Manong Joe, to so many of us. He lies here in state in the house he loved so much and to which he gave so much of himself. The time will come when all of us will be lying in state, as Manong Joe is right now. Some will be brought here, some in other august chambers of our nation. And when it is our turn, what will those at the podium say about our time here in public service? About our opportunity to do something meaningful for our country and our people? The answer is within your hands. The work you do does matter. Government remains the single most powerful tool to do good, to make a positive difference, to leave our beloved Philippines better than how we came upon it. That was the ethos of Manong Joe de Venecia. As for Manong Joe, his record speaks for itself. He was the man in the arena. Win, lose, or draw, he was consequential. And a worthy man of this house that he loved so much. Maraming salamat for your service, Manong Joe. God bless you. Thank you.
Eulogy by Ambassador Teodoro L. Locsin Jr., Ambassador of the Republic of the Philippines to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and concurrent jurisdiction over Isle of Man and bailiwicks of Guernsey and Jersey. Special Envoy of the President to China for Special Concerns, former Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs, and former representative of the 1st District of Makati in the 12th, 13th, and 14th Congress.
Thank you. As usual, something that Joe DeV would expect from me feels beyond my ability to do it justice. I balk to speak in this great hall where we members of Congresses past spent our most productive lives. But knowing how hard Joe himself worked to achieve the near impossible, with only his sad eyes showing the toll on himself, I cannot shy away from the challenge to honor him as he deserves by recalling those aspects of Joe it was our good luck and great honor to witness and luckier to be part of. Joe was and will remain the longest serving Speaker of the House and the best. And it wasn't by the grace of the powers that be at the time. It was because the best chief executives knew that only the best will get the hardest jobs done. Joe got the most important legislation passed by Congress to this day. To name a handful, the strictest anti-money laundering law in any statute book in the world, the reacquisition of Philippine citizenship law, allowing fellow Filipinos to have a better life in countries of strangers, and yet retain Philippine citizenship and still get Philippine protection outside its jurisdiction. It is not that the Philippines is feared, but that Filipinos are deeply respected as caring, dependable, and dedicated workers, especially in times of peril. Filipinos stayed in Kuwait when it was taken over by Saddam's armies to protect their employers' properties. There were other key legislative proposals Joe passed or buried. With an approving wink of his eye, he let Ronnie Zamora and I mangle a Wall Street legislative proposal to turn bad debts into tradable securities guaranteed to fail. A suicidal proposal to trade defaulted debts worth less than nothing and yet turn a profit. Between us, Ronnie and I alternated in arguing for and against a provision, against and for the next one. We came up with a bill in which every paragraph was contradicted by the paragraph succeeding it. And summa total, the final bill was unimplementable, and yet it sailed through the Senate. Wall Street remained clueless and was even a bit impressed. Joe smiled at our work. One result of these endeavors under Joe's leadership was that after the 2008 global financial crisis, triggered by Western financial scams that left economies worldwide flat on their backs, the Philippines, under President Gloria Arroyo, was named by the World Bank IMF as the best performing economy in the 2008 global financial crisis. Thank you, Joe. Thanks to you, our country dodged the worst advice imaginable that no one asked for except Wall Street manipulators. The rest of the world took it in the chest. International finance has not fully recovered. Joe was as clever in getting the right things done as in stopping dead in their tracks the worst things from happening, and yet still looked cooperative. He was never wrong. He never sought credit, but gave it to the House. Joe was never combative, yet he never lost a single fight for the good of our country. He did not do so well in saving himself, but he brought out the best in others, including those who opposed him. He never flinched from doing the right thing despite bad consequences for himself. Joe was eventually removed as Speaker, although he had done nothing wrong, but he took the punishment with good grace. It was all part of democracy, which Winston Churchill described as the worst form of government except for all the others. His fate sealed, Joe asked only for the remains of the day of his ouster to pack up his things in the office. One day. This was objected to. Joe had to be out that very day. Someone insisted. There is something to be said for pedigree in politics. For this rudeness, the very proponent for Joe's ouster, a dynast, declared that he would rather have Joe stay Speaker than oust him in the worst possible taste. The voting process proceeded, less to confirm a foregone conclusion as to convict for deep ingratitude those Joe had helped the most, and yet they meekly voted against him. That blow left a crack in Joe's stout heart and started his slow descent to the state we are here to mourn today. The passing of a longtime warrior who soldiered for a working democracy with no weapons, but a soft heart and wide open arms to keep consensus and achieve reconciliation. The short Latin for it is et tu brute, as knife after knife plunged into Joe's small back so the blades were squeezed together. But as far down as Joe was meant to fall, That high up he rose in everyone's esteem. His exit was, like his long tenure, pure class. No one else could pull it off like he did. Goodbye, Joe. Goodbye, our friend. Thank you. Thank you for catching me when I tripped and fell on my face in temper tantrums. He did the same for all his boys and girls in the house, in power or in opposition, regardless. Wait, I forgot. I want to end on a happier note. When Joe was still Speaker, warrants of arrest were to be served on certain members of the House for their political views. Joe met the warrant servers at the entrance to the House. "Don't you dare cross the threshold of the House of the People," he said. The warrant servers stopped, but made it clear that when Congress adjourned for the night, they would arrest the names on the warrants as they left the building. But Superman never left the building. Speaker Joe declared that the targeted congressmen would live, work, and sleep in the Speaker's quarters and dine in the Congress lounge. There they would stay until the warrants were withdrawn. I have more stories, but no time to tell them. My good friend, our good friend, must leave. He had been there and done it all. He told his doctors that no extra efforts be made to keep him alive. Tita Gina told my wife. The next morning, I was stunned to read in Facebook that Joe had died. I guess he was tired. I cannot find it in my heart to further delay his long-deserved rest from unflinching and unmatched service to our country. Goodbye.
Eulogy by Honorable Benvenido M. Abante Jr., Representative of the 6th District of Manila in the 13th, 14th, 19th, and 20th Congresses, Minority Leader in the 19th Congress, and Deputy Speaker in the 18th Congress.
Magandang umaga po. Baka ito ang pinakamahabang eulogy na ibibigay ko. At any rate, to many, death is one dreaded reality in life. But no matter what we would want to do and what we would want to be, the truth remains, according to the book of Ecclesiastes, to everything there's a season and a time to every purpose under the heaven. A time to be born and a time to die. A time to weep and a time to laugh and a time to mourn. And the question is, according again to the book of Ecclesiastes, what profit hath he that worketh in that wherein he laboreth? Manong Joe, our speaker, Jose Claveria de Venecia. As we pay our last respect to this great man of our country, I could not help but recalling his life as an honest and truly accountable public servant, as a gaseous statesman, a seasoned parliamentarian, a gentle peacemaker, and a visionary architect of unity, to name a few. I find it very relevant, especially in the light of the political and economic climate that our country and our people are in today, to emphasize the enduring legacy that Speaker de Venecia left behind, that I want to pose as a challenge to all, specifically to us, public servants and young leaders. Unlike many today,
Speaker de Venecia built instead of destroying bridges of unity and understanding, sacrificing self and gain. Indeed, the life of Speaker de Venecia is a unique example of a life well lived. Born in Dagupan, Speaker de Venecia grew up in Pangasinan, a province that would remain the center of his political identity. He studied journalism at Ateneo de Manila University and later transitioned into business, becoming involved in public affairs before entering the political arena. As a businessman, Speaker de Venecia pioneered overseas contract work for the Filipinos, where he was one of the first Philippine prime contractors in the Middle East and North Africa in the mid-1970s. He hired Filipinos for his companies and engaged in port operations in Saudi Arabia, agriculture in Africa, and mass housing and oil exploration in the United Arab Emirates. His Middle East initiative was followed and later led to the employment of millions of Filipinos. In the 1970s, he initiated an oil and gas exploration program that led to the first oil and gas strikes in offshore Palawan. Even at the height of the national leadership, he never lost sight of his roots, often crediting his birthplace or instilling in him discipline, resilience, and a deep respect for community. Speaker de Venecia's first stint in politics was in 1961 when he became a spokesperson for the then presidential candidate, Diosdado Macapagal. During the presidency of the late President Ferdinand Adelin Marcos, he was in the diplomatic service as Minister Economic Counselor from 1966 to 1969. He was also posted to the Philippine Embassy in South Vietnam as Press and Economic Counselor. May I remind everyone that he became one of the 10 outstanding congressmen before martial law in the Philippines was declared. As a member of the House of Representatives, he continued to earn an unprecedented distinction in Philippine history that reflected the nation's enduring trust in his leadership. He became the first, and perhaps the last, to hold the speakership of the House of Representatives 5 times in separate terms. This feat of a Speaker de Venecia demonstrated his personal touch across political lines and affirmed his ability to unite leaders, build consensus, and steer the House even in adverse situations. Known as a bridge builder, Speaker de Venecia organized coalitions that promoted cooperation rather than conflict. His leadership was transformational instead of transactional, and service-oriented, spirit-oriented instead of self-oriented. He viewed that progress is achieved when leaders work in unity of purpose with respect. He was also a steadfast advocate for peace, engaging in efforts that pursued negotiation and understanding to resolve long-standing conflicts. Speaker de Venecia, as I remember him, was a champion of interfaith dialogue, urging the United Nations to adopt initiatives aimed at bridging the gap between Islam and the West, resulting in the adoption of the UN General Assembly Resolution 59-23 on inter-religious cooperation in 2004. As you well know, I have been a pastor and a bishop for the past 58 years. He co-founded the International Conference of Asian Political Parties, which brought together political parties from across Asia to promote dialogue and cooperation. He co-founded the Asian Parliamentary Assembly to foster cooperation among Asian nations and served as a leader in the ASEAN Interparliamentary Organization. As the international co-chair of the Universal Peace Federation's International Association of Parliamentarians for Peace, he advocated for integrating spiritual and moral principles into global peace-building efforts. He initiated a Debt for Equity program, a proposal addressed to the UN, IMF, and Paris Club, which aimed to allow developing nations to convert debt into funding for anti-poverty and climate change projects. Beyond this august chamber was Speaker de Venecia's quest for peace and unity. He is an architect of unity. To name a few, he was a peace envoy of former President Fidel V. Ramos. He reached out to insurgent groups. He crossed Africa's Sahara Desert twice to meet the Libyan leader Muammar al-Gaddafi. He journeyed to the Netherlands to meet with self-exiled leaders of the National Democratic Front and the New People's Army. He was the first Christian leader to enter Mindanao's Camp Abu Bakr in November 1997 and opened peace negotiations with the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. During his tenure, the House of Representatives advanced legislative agendas that included economic policies, privatization initiatives, and institutional reform. He conceived and implemented the historic dollar remittance program for overseas Filipino workers worldwide. He authored landmark laws aimed at providing the country's policy framework for economic, financial, and social reform programs. Among these are the Build, Operate, Transfer Law, which has become a model for other developing countries. The Basis Conversion Law, which has transformed into special economic zones the U.S. military bases, particularly the Subic Naval Base, Clark Air Base, and Camp John Hay in Baguio City. In 2005, this humble representative was privileged to be included in the official travel of Speaker de Venecia in South Africa. I consider that to be a divine appointment, as the Speaker invited me to ride in his limousine, feeling the burden, and instead of talking about the purpose of our travel or other matters, I invited him to the Word of God. In all humility, he opened his heart, confessed his sins, repented of his wrong belief, and with us kneeling together inside that limousine, he accepted Jesus Christ as his personal Lord and Savior. I am glad that I became a part of the Speaker's spiritual life. I first encountered the esteemed House Speaker Joe de Venecia in 1992 while I was serving as Councilor of Manila under the Lakas and UCD party with former President Fidel Ramos leading the party. At the time, I was in my early 40s, while Speaker Joe DV was in his mid-60s, 50s. Even though I was just starting in the realm of politics and public service and was a fundamental Baptist pastor, this did not hinder my ability to learn and understand the political landscape of our country. In 1992, I served as the Lakas and UCD NCR chairman, frequently finding myself in the company of our former President Fidel Ramos and House Speaker Joe de Venecia. Through my interactions with them, particularly with Speaker Joe DeVie, I observed a sincere concern they had for individuals like me, whom they believed possessed leadership potential and had been blessed with the gift of both theology and government. The time I spent with Speaker Joe DeVie was pivotal in shaping my political career and journey. He genuinely regarded me as a younger brother and provided valuable guidance on public service and strengthening our political party. Today, in politics, loyalty is a rarity. And I'm so glad I still believed in loyalty. I'm so glad I still believe in personal friendship, not political friendship. Since my return to Congress in 2019 until now, I frequently reflected on the advice and support of the Speaker that offered me. I can confidently say that he is an outstanding public servant, the finest House Speaker, and highly skilled in legislative processes. He is not after self-glory. He acts as an educator and guide. He is a dependable and trustworthy leader, and his model deserves emulation. His vision for our country's change and progress is a flame and beacon that will always live in my heart and mind. To our Speaker, I am his personal friend, brother, family, and above all, protege. This is not farewell, but rather an expression of gratitude for the time our nation had JDV. He was a true asset and a gift to this country, serving as a House Speaker who championed legislation that serves the interests of all Filipinos and will continue to benefit generations to come. Maraming salamat, Speaker Joe de Venecia. In closing, let me put a challenge to everyone here today. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, mga kababayan. The good book tells in Matthew 5:9, and I quote, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God." End of quote. There are moments in the life of a nation when God raises up a man not merely to hold office, but to hold the line. Joe de Venecia held that line. He held the line when institutions trembled. He held that line when democracy was tested. He held the line when easier paths tempted lesser men. And today, we do not stand in sorrow alone. We stand in gratitude. Because this man did not simply pass through history, he left his imprint upon it. For more than 6 decades, he walked that rugged road of public service. And when he took the gavel as Speaker, not once, not twice, but 5 times, as a speaker among speakers, Speaker Joe was primus inter pares, first among equals, because he did not treat his office as a symbol of power. He treated his office as a sacred trust. He understood that the House of the People is not theater for ego. It is a workshop for nation building. Under his leadership, laws were not mere paragraphs and provisions. They were pillars. They were the foundations for growth, for enterprise, for workers abroad, for economic stability, and for national dignity. He believed that a strong economy was not an abstract theory. It was bread on the table. Tuition paid, dreams made possible. But let me tell you, what truly set him apart? It was not just his intellect. It was not just his longevity. It was not even his legislative legacy. It was his courage to pursue peace. When peace was unpopular, when others shouted, he negotiated. When others accused, he convened. When others built walls, he built bridges among the divided. And it takes courage to build bridges, because bridges require listening. Bridges require humility. Bridges require faith that even adversaries are still human. He built bridges and crossed them. He pursued reconciliation. He dared to believe that dialogue could disarm that what bullets could not. That is not weakness. That is conviction wrapped in compassion. And as the scripture declares, blessed are the peacemakers. Blessed are the peacemakers, not the warmongers, not the opportunists, not the silent bystanders, but the peacemakers. Sa ating mga kababayan, to my colleague, I stand here as a son in this house that Speaker Joe helped build. I served during his speakership. I watched him navigate storms without panic. I sought his counsel when the winds grew strong. Over time, what began as a professional respect became something deeper in this house. He became my mentor, my steady voice, a fatherly presence. He taught us that politics without principle is pointless. That power without a moral compass will lead to disaster. He believed Congress must be strong, not for itself, but for the people. He believed institutions must endure, not for pride, but for posterity. He believed the Philippines must stand tall, not in arrogance, but in dignity. And he carried that belief beyond our shores. He elevated Asia's voice. He convened parliaments. He championed dialogues among faiths. He placed the Philippines in conversations about peace that reached far beyond our shores. Experience has taught us that the arc of history does not bend on its own. It bends when leaders refuse to let it remain crooked. Speaker Joe placed his hands upon the ark. He pulled it toward progress. He pulled it toward reconciliation. He pulled it toward hope. Now, the gavel is silent, but his example is not. The Apostle Paul said, I have fought a good fight. I have finished my course. I have kept the faith. Yes, he fought. Yes, he finished. Yes, he kept the faith. If indeed he received Christ as his personal Savior, may I tell this to you right now and to tell him, our loss is heaven's gain. Thank you very much.
Eulogy by Honorable Robert A. S. Barbers, former representative of the 2nd District of Surigao del Norte in the 11th, 12th, 13th, 17th, and 19th Congresses.
to Honorable Speaker Faustino Boji D. III, former President Gloria Arroyo, to our former primus inter pares in the House of Representatives, to our former colleagues in the House, our honorable senators and cabinet secretaries, at sa lahat po na nagmamahal kay Speaker Joe de Venecia, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. At the onset, let me convey my deepest sympathies and condolences to the De Venecia family, most especially to Tita Gina, to Toff, to Joey, and the Vera Perez clan too, Tito. Sa ating pong lahat na nagbibigay pugay at nagbibigay ng huling tribute sa ating mahal na public servant, magandang umaga po ulit sa inyong lahat. When I was asked to deliver a eulogy, I immediately tried recalling my personal countless memorable encounters with the former speaker. And while I was scribbling down all these experiences I had with him, I said to myself, baka mas mahaba pa yung sasabihin ko sa sinabi ni Congressman Abante. Or mas mahaba pa sa sinabi ni Senator Mig Zubiri. But just the same, I'd like to give this tribute because this man is a man that I deeply respect and adulate. In fact, sabi ko nga sa sarili ko, how would I ever pay tribute and honor to Speaker Jose de Venecia? So, I made my short speech hoping that I can do justice in paying a tribute to the life of this remarkable person. Speaker Jose de Venecia Jr. The man who was called by many names, monikers, either seriously or comically by his fans and detractors alike. He was not someone out to please everyone. He is in fact a multifaceted person, a public servant, peacemaker, and a leader. Being way ahead of his time, he was often misunderstood. He was called Joe de Bola for his seemingly endless narratives and stories. Honestly, he just merely wanted to share his experiences, broad knowledge of history, geography, politics, and almost everything else, and impart lessons to those who have time to listen. He had so much to share, to talk about and teach. He was so selfless that he would counsel anyone who would seek him out. He was also dubbed the Yoda, the Grand Master of the Jedi Order in the Star Wars saga, for his wisdom and impeccable leadership. It was to me a compliment for his articulateness, indeed a rarity nowadays. Truth to tell, walang masamang tinapay at malisya sa katawan ng taong ito. He always meant well. Saan ka na? May mga congressman nga na magde-deliver ng speech dito sa plenary. All of a sudden, the speaker comes down from his office, tries to patiently and intently listen to the speeches being delivered. The only difference was the speech that was delivered was a speech insulting the speaker. Nakakagulat because After the speech is delivered, he would come up to the person who delivered the speech and embrace them and say, "My favorite congressman," after hearing all those nasty words from the speaker. Hindi kayang tularan yung ganung karakter, mga kaibigan. It was simply a character, that of Speaker Joe de Venecia. He will sincerely talk to them right there and then until they understood him. He never harbored ill feelings towards anybody. He acknowledged and accepted his shortcomings. He made amends, compromises, and built relationships. He valued friendships, nourished and cherished them. I never saw bitterness, anger, and frustration in him. Instead, it was his calm demeanor and forgiving nature, the strength of character, the wisdom and brilliance, the genuine desire to serve. And those are the things that I will always remember him by. He was indeed the consummate politician, and for good reason. He used his gift and skills to bring meaningful and lasting positive changes to the nation and to the people he served. He united a divided Congress with his Rainbow Coalition and Sunshine, eventually Sunshine Coalition, where the Spice Boys was pretty much a part of. My Kuya Migs was very much active during the time. His consensus building style of leadership resulted in pieces of legislation that continue to shape the nation's landscape, economic landscape today. The Build, Operate, and Transfer Law, the Central Bank Act, the Bases Conversion and Development Act, and the creation of economic zones that fuel jobs and investments are just but some of the notable laws he authored. As Speaker of the House, he served as the wingman of then President Fidel Ramos. Together, they anchored the country on solid economic and political foundation that brought peace, stability, recovery, and prosperity, emerging as we were from a tumultuous era in the country. He was a pillar of good governance, a legacy worth emulating. To many, he was Speaker of the House of Representatives. To our nation, he was a brilliant legislator, a visionary leader, and a tireless peacemaker. But to me, he was more than his titles. He was always my Tito Joe, wise, warm, generous with his counsel, and always thinking of the greater good of the Filipino people. He was to me, in many ways, one of the best presidents the Philippines never had. For 5 remarkable, unprecedented terms as a speaker, he steered the House with steady hands and a clear vision. In times of political turbulence, he always built consensus where there was conflict. He understood that leadership meant listening kahit sa panig ka ng politika, sa oposisyon man o kaalyado ka. Under his stewardship, the House became not a battleground of egos, but a forum for ideas. He professionalized the institution, strengthened its independence, and always made sure that the legislative agenda moved with purpose and direction. His command of policy, parliamentary procedure, and political diplomacy was unmatched. He did not just preside, he led. On the global stage, he was larger than life. Respected not only as a Filipino leader, but as a global statesman who understood that our country had a role to play in the community of nations. He dreamed big dreams for the Philippines, dreams of progress, stability, and unity. His legacy lives not only in the laws he authored or the institutions he strengthened, but in the lives he touched, the conflicts he helped resolve, and the generations of leaders, future leaders he mentored. Maraming salamat, Tito Joe, for your guidance, your friendship, and your unwavering love for our country. To me, your life was a blessing to the Philippines and all of us who were privileged to know you. Paalam, mahal naming kasamahan, pinuno, at tunay na kaibigan. Your wisdom will echo in our halls of government, and your example will continue to inspire us to lead with courage, integrity, and sincerity. I have always been reminded by a humorous quotation that I found in a cemetery. It's an epitaph that goes something like this. Mga kaibigan, ako ngayon, ikaw naman bukas. Maraming salamat, Tito Joe. Hinding-hindi ka namin makakalimutan. Maraming salamat.
Eulogy by Honorable Ferginel G. Biron, MD, Representative of the 4th District of Iloilo in the 13th, 14th, 15th, 17th, 19th Congresses and Deputy Speaker in the 20th Congress.
To the bereaved family of our beloved Speaker, the late Jose Manonjo de Venecia Jr., Congresswoman Manay Gina de Venecia and children, Speaker Boji D, former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, colleagues in the House and in the Senate, fellow public servants, ladies and gentlemen, magandang tanghali po sa inyong lahat. Today, we gather to celebrate the life and the legacy of a great man. That is Speaker Jose de Venecia Jr. This marks a special day as well for the House of Representatives to give distinction to a man that gave honor to this great institution. His tenure as Speaker of the House for 9 congressional terms is unprecedented. He is a man that inspired countless leaders of this House and our nation, including this representation. He is a strong and innovative leader who stood by the solid principles of leadership, governance, and democracy. When I entered the House of Representatives in 2004 as a first-term congressman in the 13th Congress, I had a distinct privilege to secure the support of then Speaker Joe DeV to push for the passage of my pet bills, which eventually became landmark laws of this land, namely Republic Act 9502, or the Cheaper Medicines Law, and Republic Act 9711, or the establishment of the Food and Drug Administration. When I got reelected in 2007 for my second term in the 40th Congress, I am extremely grateful to Speaker Manong Joe for having entrusted to me the chairmanship of the powerful Committee on Legislative Franchises. During those years under the stewardship of Speaker Joe, he was sensitive in teaching and guiding new and young legislators in navigating through the works of Congress. I would not have grown and hone my skills in Congress without the personal contribution and mentoring of Speaker Joe. Early in my tenure as congressman, I had the privilege to join Speaker Joe in various official visits abroad. A learning opportunity that made me what I am today as I served my 6th term in this House. We shall always remember Manong Joe, not just as a politician, but as a statesman in every sense of the word. As Speaker of the House, he led with a vision that went beyond party lines. As a human being, he is kind, compassionate, and above all, he was forgiving. Manay Gina, on a personal note, as one of those very few congressmen who remained with Manong Joe in the last hours of his speakership in 2008, we will miss him so much. But we are very hopeful that as we claim the promise of the Almighty, we will see each other again, because it is only in death that we are born to eternal life. Thank you.
Eulogy by Honorable Mark O. Cojuangco, representative of the 5th District of Pangasinan in the 12th, 13th, 14th Congresses, and representative of the 2nd District of Pangasinan in the 19th and 20th Congresses.
Firstly, to the family of Tito Joe, most especially to his loving wife, Gina. From my entire family, my siblings, Representative Jaime, former Representative Kimi, my wife, and most especially, Tita Gina's good friend, my mother, Gretchen. Condolence. Nakikiramay po kami sa pagkawalan ninyo ng mahal sa buhay, si Speaker Joe de Venecia. To be sure, we both emanated from very different political backgrounds. When my father, Danding Cojuangco, ran for the presidency in 1992, JDV was on the other side, supporting then DND Secretary Fidel Ramos as his candidate. And yet, attitudes between each other remained extremely civil. Maybe because they had been together as friends and acquaintances since the old 7th Congress of the late 1960s and early 1970s. And Gina was Mom's good friend. After the Ramos presidency, JDV ran for president in 1998, but lost to Erap Estrada. I observed him as sad at that time. But I noticed that he and my father had more to talk about. Probably as elder statesmen, their attention became more focused on the long-term good of the country as more urgent concerns. Following this loss, JDV again ran for the 12th Congress, which began in 2001. It was during this Congress that JDV and fellow colleagues, Amado Espino, Conrad Estrella, Art Celeste, Hener Tulagan, and myself became the Pangasinan bloc in Congress. We were all first-termers, but we had a veterano leader in Joe de Venecia, who showed us the way and became a mentor and tatay to all of us. Pati si Speaker Boji D, yan kabats po namin 2001 sa 12th Congress. Anak din yan ni Joe de Venecia. Mig Zubiri, Win Gatchalian, all here in Congress under the leadership of Joe de Venecia. Even if I did not hold the same political beliefs and held different philosophies on national development policy, and I disagreed a lot with Speaker Joe, one thing I felt deeply is that through it all, even though in a position of power, Speaker JDV was extremely kind to me. And I will never forget him for that. Thank you, my Speaker, Joe de Venecia. Joe's way was always to try and get consensus. Hence, this era was marked by all kinds of coalitions, most notably the famous Rainbow Coalition, which will forever be identified with its creator, Speaker JDV. He was the country's consensus builder to a fault. God bless all your good intentions, Speaker Joe. You taught me to more than just hear, but also you taught me how to listen. Good intentions did not stop at our borders. Speaker Joe was intensely involved in foreign affairs. It is during one of the IPO missions he organized that I was able to converse and chat with then Representative BBM as we walked the streets of Geneva. Ngayon, nararamdaman na natin lahat ang kahalagahan nito as the Philippines enters the world stage in world geopolitics. And so, as all things eventually come to an end, his leadership was challenged in February of 2008. I am thankful that during this challenge, I was able to, even in a small way, reciprocate with the kindness Speaker JDV had always shown to me. I voted for him to remain Speaker. And although JDV lost the speakership that day, I thank God that he was happy with me. Now he is gone to us all. But I am sure that he and Dad are watching over us now. Happy that we are having conversations about the future of their beloved country, the Philippines. Happy that we discuss, challenge, and test each other. Happy that we form coalitions. Thank you, Speaker Joe, for mentoring me and for being a friend to my father. I will miss you, my Speaker Joe de Venecia.
Eulogy by Honorable Neptali M. Gonzales II, former Majority Leader in the 11th, 12th, 15th, and 16th Congresses, Senior Deputy Majority Leader in the 14th Congress, and Deputy Speaker and Representative of the Lone District of Mandaluyong City in 10th, 11th, 12th, 14th, 15th, 16th, and 18th Congresses.
Today, I have the privilege of honoring the life and legacy of Jose Joe de Venecia Jr., an exceptional statesman, a bridge builder, a steadfast servant, a magnificent diplomat. He stood at the center of Philippine democracy for many years with a purpose. As Speaker of the House, his trademark was about leadership that was not about division, but about unity. He brought together differing voices and tempered conflict with wisdom. I have worked with him, and I was always in awe at the rare spatial calm demeanor of his. When the political climate grew heated and tempers flared, he did not rise to match the fever. Instead, he often brought the temperature down. But most of all, he had a way of listening to you that made you feel that like your perspective was the only one that mattered, even and especially when he disagreed with you. He had that special magic of appeasing you. Hindi mo kayang at hindi ka magagalit sa kanya. On a personal note, I was Speaker JDV's Majority Leader during the 12th Congress. Sa mga mabibigat na prioridad na panukalang batas na nasa plenaryo, wala siya doon sa taas. Siya ay nadito sa baba. Siya mismo ang sumisigurong maayos at mabisa ang pagtatalakay nito. At matiyagaan niyang kinakausap ang mga taong lumalaban dito. On a lighter note, isang beses ay tinawag ako ni Speaker Joe sa kanyang opisina para i-brief siya sa mga mahalagang panukalang batas na tatalakayin na sa plenary. Marami ito. Kaya ang ginawa ko, yung mga materials ito ay pinagsama-sama ko sa dalawang expandable envelope, dalawa. Pumunta ako sa taas, bit ko to, at pinasok ko siya doon sa kanyang maliit na opisina, maliit na room, kung saan ay merong kama. Doon siya nagpapahinga pag siya ay napapagod na. And during this time, siya ay nakahiga, and I was briefing him. Mahaba ang aming pag-uusap dahil mahaba yung aking daladalang mga materyales. And when I was through briefing him, tumayo na siya. Sinuot niya yung sapatos niya. Sinuot niya yung barong niya. At magkasama kaming lumabas doon sa maliit na kwarto, palabas, papasok sa kanyang main na kwarto. Kung saan 8 hanggang 10 congressman ang nag-iintay sa kanya. At nakita kaming palabas doon sa kwarto, so nakatingin sa amin, but mainly, sinisipat yung dalawa-dala kong brown envelope. Ganyan kakapal eh. Bawat isa, ganyan kakapal. Kilala naman ako ni Speaker Joe, Manoy G, na ako'y mapagbiro, pilyo. Hindi ko matiis na yung sitwasyon na yun na hindi magbiro. Ang ginawa ko, nakatingin sa akin mga congressman na to, speaker naman, kasunod ko, tumalikot ako sa kanya. Hinarap ko siya, sabi ko, hawak-hawak ko yung aking mga envelope. Sabi ko, Speaker, maraming salamat dito. Maniwala kayo si Speaker, hindi malaman kung ano gagawin eh. Yung, gumanon siya dahil nakita niya yung mga congressman na nakatingin sa amin, At yung implikasyon na sinabi kong nagpapasalamat ako doon sa dala-dala kong mga brown envelopes na yun. Si Speaker, hindi naman magagalit sa akin yan dahil kilala naman ako niya mapagbiro. Talagang may pagkapilyo ako at marami sitwasyon na medyo may pagkasalbahe akong magbiro. After I became a widower, I met my wife, Queenie, congresswoman ngayon, sa 12th Congress. Speaker Joe and Manay Gina were among our wedding sponsors. They took care of us. At masarap, masaya, tuwing nakikita kami ni Speaker Joe na magkasama ni Queenie, sa mga tao na karirinig, proud siyang sasabihin, ako ang matchmaker nitong dalawang ito. To me, he was not just a matchmaker. He also embodied the principle that being a peacemaker is not a sign of weakness, but the ultimate expression of strength. JDV walked through the corridors of power in these halls with soft shoes and steady hand, leaving behind a legacy of stability that will surely outlast many in the history of this house. May we honor him not only with our words today, but by continuing the work he believed in, building bridges and relationship that reaches and stretch out from end to end like a beautiful rainbow, a rainbow coalition which was his original conception. Rest in peace, Speaker Joe, our ninong JDB. Paalam. Your legacy will forever endure in the nation that you help guide and in the people you truly inspired. Manay G, Ninang G, Tof, and to the rest of the Venecia family, ang taus-puso at marubdob naming pakikiramay po sa inyo lahat.
Eulogy by Minority Leader Marcelino C. Libanan, former representative of the Lone District of Samar in the 11th, 12th, and 13th Congresses, and representative of the 4 Peace Party List in the 19th and 20th Congress.
Congresswoman Gina de Venecia, Congressman Joey, Congressman Top, and the family of Speaker Joe de Venecia, Speaker Boji D, former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, former speakers, my dear colleagues, guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we gather to honor the life of a statesman, a mentor, and a builder of institutions, Jose de Venecia Jr., our beloved Speaker Joe, or JDV. He was more than a 5-time Speaker of the House. He was a bridge in times of division, a steady hand in times of uncertainty, and a visionary in moments when our nation stood at the crossroads of history. In the annals of the House of Representatives of the Philippines, his name is etched not merely as presiding officer, but as an architect of consensus and a guardian of democratic space. But how do I remember him? I first joined him 33 years ago when I became one of the founding members of Lakas Tao with FBR. I was also the Secretary General of Lakas Youth from 1995 to 1998, while he served as President of Lakas CMD. I eventually became his Secretary General in the same political party from 2004 to 2007, alternating with Senator Mig Zubiri. More than just statesmanship, Rainbow Coalition, and political genius, he had a strong desire to pass meaningful and timely laws. In the 12th Congress, while I was chairperson of the Committee on Justice, he called us for a meeting with the chairpersons of the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries and Committee on Economic Affairs, and impressed upon us the need to pass the anti-money laundering law within 2 months, warning that failure to do so would place the country on the Financial Action Task Force blacklist, which would result in stricter scrutiny from international banks, higher transaction costs, and declining investor confidence. We successfully passed the measure into law as Republic Act 9160, and the country was eventually removed from the gray list. He also called me to a meeting to push for the passage of the Alternative Dispute Resolution Law. This was filed in the previous Congresses, but this would not go through with the committee because this was considered to be anti-lawyer. Lawyers are trained for legal combat for 4 years, and here it is. We have a proposal for mediation, resolution, and conciliation. So, Speaker Joe called me, can you possibly pass this, Nonoy? This is a very important piece of legislation. I read about it, researched, and ultimately, this became also a law approved by Madam President Gloria Arroyo together with the anti-money laundering law, which became Republic Act 9285, the Alternative Dispute Resolution Law of 2004. And it has already resolved more than 300,000 cases in the Philippines in terms of judicial arbitration. We also passed the retention or reacquisition of Philippine citizenship, Republic Act 9225, which benefited more than 400,000 Filipinos already who were able to reacquire Philippine citizenship since 2003. There are many legislations which we were able to pass in the 12th and 13th Congresses. But these 3 legislations are now part of the mandatory continuing legal education for Integrated Bar of the Philippines member to continue the practice of the law profession. Speaker Joe also knew how to delegate. Some were assigned to international affairs, to his Rainbow Coalition. I was more assigned in the inner stability of the House. He believed in dialogue across party lines, across ideologies, across regions. Naniniwala siya na ang demokrasya ay hindi nabubuhay sa pamamagitan ng pananaig ng isa, kundi sa pamamagitan ng pagkakasundo at paggalang sa isa't isa. In moments when tempers flared and alliances trembled, he remained calm, looking 5 moves ahead, always asking, how does this serve the Republic? Hindi lamang siya Mr. Speaker, Siya ay naging gabay, tagapayo at minsan tahimik na sandigan sa gitna ng unos ng politika. Marami tayong natutunan sa kanya na ang kapangyarihan ay may kasamang pananagutan, ng liderato ay may kasamang sakripisyo, ng tunay na serbisyo para sa bayan ay para sa bayan, hindi para sa sarili. He taught us that leadership is not occupying a chair. It is about carrying the weight of the institution with dignity. Behind the public figure we knew stood a loving husband, father, and grandfather. To his beloved wife, Ma'am Gina de Venecia, and to his children, we offer you not only our condolences, but our gratitude. You shared him with the Filipino people through long nights, difficult seasons, and relentless demands of public service. The strength we saw in him was nurtured at home. The steadiness we admired was sustained by your love. While the nation honors his statesmanship, you mourn a husband, a father, a lolo. May you find comfort in knowing that his life was lived fully, honorably, and in the service of a grateful republic. Today, we bid farewell. We do not merely mourn the passing of a former speaker. We honor a man who dedicated his life to strengthening democracy, who believed that the House of the People must always reflect both the diversity and the unity of our nation. Speaker Joe's voice may no longer echo in these halls. His gavel may rest, but the institutions he fortified, the alliances he forged, and the leaders he mentored will continue to shape our republic for generations. Paalam, Mr. Speaker, maraming salamat sa tiwala, maraming salamat sa patnubay, maraming salamat sa iyong paglilingkod sa Republika. Hindi ka namin malilimutan. May you rest in peace, Speaker.
Eulogy by Honorable Rufus B. Rodriguez, representative of the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro City in the 14th, 15th, 16th, 18th, 19th, and 20th Congresses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I move that we ring the bell to request our colleagues to come back. I see a lot of empty seats and our guests. I'm just kidding, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Speaker Boji D, Chairperson Manay Gina, Chair Toff, Joey, the bereaved family, the De Venecia family, our colleagues and former colleagues in Congress, our foreign dignitaries who are here today, friends. I would like to start with a poem. The poem of John Donne in 1624 entitled, "No Man is an Island." And I will quote the latter part of the poem. It says, "Any man's death diminishes me because I am involved in mankind. And therefore, do not send to know for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee." Manay Gina, our distinguished colleagues and friends, the death of Manong Joe diminished me greatly. Not because I am a part of mankind, but because Joe touched my life. How I was his personal friend and assistant. And so, the bell also does not toll today for Joe, Manong Joe. It tolls for all of us to pray for him and for us to know
that we are all mortals and mortality is always a fact of life. Speaker JDV is not only a Filipino citizen, but he is a citizen of the world. Speaker JDV was a Filipino statesman and a global Filipino. A statement. Thank you. JDV deserves our applause. As a statesman, he was elected in 1969 as a representative of the 2nd District of Pangasinan. Martial law was declared in 1972. 14 years of martial law. And when democracy was restored, the first Congress in 1987, Speaker JDV was elected back to Congress for the 4th District of Pangasinan. He's one of the few Filipinos who served in the last Congress of the 1935 Constitution and also served in the first Congress of the 1987 Constitution. He was therefore, as a statesman, he was our 5-time speaker. That is why everybody deserves to come back here, because we are honoring our 5-time speaker. And during his 2nd term, he organized all the like-minded parties, because we are a multi-party system in a presidential system. And he therefore organized 2nd term the Rainbow Coalition, making sure that all legislation would move fast and be quickly approved, and that was proven in the terms that he has as our speaker. On the 4th term, Speaker Joe also organized the Sunshine Coalition. So we have both the Rainbow Coalition with all the colors, the right and the left. And that was stated, of course, by Spice Boy, former Senate President, Mick Zubiri. And then, Rainbow was very well known already. And so, he organized the Sunshine Coalition. Now Sunshine, to spread the sunshine to everybody. Therefore, these coalitions, the Rainbow and the Sunshine Coalitions, resulted in many measures benefiting the Filipino people. His last Congress, I was a neophyte, freshman, congressman from the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro in 2007. And therefore, I was able to serve our speaker briefly. And I remember he would call us with our minority leader, Ronnie Zamora. He would call us to the office after he won as the speaker in July of 2007. And then he talked to the minority. And he said, you are part and parcel of this Congress. There will be no discrimination against you. You see? That is why all of us were so happy. We're in the minority, but the promise of the speaker was that they will be treated equally, whether majority, minority, or independents. That's why in the August 2007 budget process, the minority received as much as the minority. And I was happy to tell our people, Cagayan de Oro, that we have this budget already. Debated August 2007, and then approved September here and went to the Senate. In other words, clearly, he is a speaker for all congressmen, not only a speaker of his party, but taking into interest all the representatives of their own districts to be able to help. He did so. And therefore, I could say that in this brief tenure that I had with him when he was Speaker. We in the minority are very thankful to the Speaker for giving us as a representative of our districts. He therefore led the passage as a statesman. He led the passage of more than 200 economic and social reform laws, including Build, Operate, Transfer Law, the Basis Conversion and Development Act of 1992, the new Central Bank Act, and the Philippine Economic Zone Act. These are clearly marks of a great statesman. Now, as global Filipino, Speaker JDV founded and launched the International Conference of Asian Political Parties in Manila in September 2000 to promote exchanges, cooperation among political parties with various ideologies across the spectrum in Asia and Oceania. This is to preserve peace, security, and stability in Asia. What was started by Speaker JDV in 2000 is now a robust international organization having 350 political parties in the region from more than 50 countries. With us today, and I'd like to acknowledge our chairman and co-chairman of the ICAP, the International Conference of Asian Political Parties. We have here with us the chairman, no less than the chairman who comes is the former Secretary of Foreign Affairs of South Korea. And we have with us Chairman Honorable Chung Yu-yong. Please stand. You came here all the way. Please stand. We also have with us the co-chairman. These are all the friends of Speaker JDV, and they continued with what was planted by Speaker JDV. We have also with us the Honorable Senator from Pakistan, co-chairman Mushahid Hussain Syed. Please stand. From Asia and Oceania, IPAC expanded through partnerships with the European Parliament. This is from Speaker Joe. With the Asia-Europe Political Forum, AEFF. He also reached Latin America and the Caribbean, Speaker Joe. And he had therefore had agreements with the Permanent Conference of Political Parties in Latin America and the Caribbean, COPAL. He reached Africa. Our dear Speaker reached Africa because he was able to expand partnerships there in Africa with the Council of African Political Parties, CAP. So therefore, this organization of the Speaker is recognized by UNESCO and the Non-Aligned Movement Parliamentary Network, NAM-PN. And Speaker Judibes, I'm proud as a Filipino because I attended these conferences in Nanning, China, Baku, Azerbaijan, Colombo, Sri Lanka, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, Istanbul, Turkey, and Tehran, Iran. And I saw this global Filipino always giving the opening statements because he was the founder of ICAP, giving us delegates from the Philippines that particular honor. And we are proud of Speaker JDV. And therefore, we would say that what he has done in the world has been able to put all parties together from 50 countries in Asia and Oceania. And so therefore, it gives me pride as a Filipino that our Speaker led in the world stage. And so today, so that we pay our respects to a great Filipino, Speaker JDV, a Filipino statesman and global Filipino. I started my eulogy with a poem And I'd like to finish also with a poem, this time from William Shakespeare, from Macbeth, the soliloquy of Macbeth. Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to the last syllable of recorded time. And all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death. Out, out, brief candle, life is but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Today, we would see that our speaker, beloved speaker, did not just strut and fret his hour upon the stage. He led our Congress 5 times. He had innumerable achievements in the House of Representatives, and the wealth of benefits he gave to the Filipino people, and his unparalleled contribution to world peace and security. Speaker Joe, I miss you so much. Our dear speaker, thank you for the 20 years of friendship and support that you have given me. Rest in perfect peace in the bosom of God Almighty. Thank you very much.
Eulogy by Honorable Chung Yu-yong, Chairman of the International Conference of Asian Political Parties, Standing Committee, and former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Korea.
Before delivering my eulogy, I'd like to thank my previous speaker for special recognition of ICAP, the creation of Jose de Venecia, and also his kind words about me and my colleague Mushahid. Today, we stand together in profound sorrow. A star, a great star, has fallen from our horizon. I extend my deepest condolences on the passing of His Excellency, Jose de Venecia Jr., former Speaker of this House and founding Chairman of ICAP. Speaker de Venecia, or Chairman de Venecia, as known in ICAP family, was a towering statesman and a leader of rare wisdom and steadfast resolve. He was a guiding light whose vision, courage, and conviction, and tireless dedication shaped and steadied our path toward better life, advanced peace, and shared prosperity. Yet his vision extended far beyond national borders. I was one of dinner guests at his residence in the evening of February 8, 2008, when JDB was going through a difficult political crisis. I sense something serious is happening. I excused myself. I tried to excuse myself. But JDB insisted that I stay on. People came in and out. Phone calls were pouring in. And JDB was sitting next to me, calmly explained, kept updating me what is happening in Philippine domestic politics. What etched in my mind still is the composure, the dignity, and grace he has maintained and demonstrated throughout that evening. I saw a real statesman. With his passing, you lost a hero, a statesman, and a true patriot. With his loss, excuse me, with his loss, with his passing, ICAP has lost this is what I meant to do. The ICAP has lost the visionary who gave the institution its very life, but also the mentor it could always rely on. When ICAP was only an idea, I hope for dialogue, cooperation, and understanding among political leaders with different backgrounds. It was his vision that transformed aspiration into reality. I spent the last quarter century working closely with JDB under his vision and guidance to further institutionalize ICAP. That period has been the most memorable and honorable and fulfilling and rewarding chapter of my public life. He was always several steps ahead of me, brimming with fresh ideas and boundless ambition. Whenever we encountered challenges, he had the wisdom to confront them. JDB believed that political parties, diverse in history and ideology, could still find common ground in the pursuit of peace, stability, and shared prosperity. That belief became the foundation which ICAP was built. His leadership was devoted to service beyond the self, to principle of our politics, and to the enduring dignity of the people he has served. JDB led not with loudness, but with steadiness. Not with division, but with inclusion. through changing political landscapes and global uncertainties. He remained constant, patient in negotiation, firm in principle, and unwavering in his commitment to dialogue across borders and ideologies. He carried ICAP forward with quiet determination. He nurtured relationships among political leaders and parties across Asia and beyond. He strengthened trust where there was hesitation. He built bridges where there were gaps. When challenges arose, he taught us that patience and persistence are true instruments to peace and reconciliation. And in doing so, he created a platform that will continue to serve generations to come. Today, ICAP stands as a living testament to his vision. Every bridge we help build among political parties across Asia and beyond carries his imprint. His legacy is not only in the conferences convened or the agreements facilitated. It lives in the spirit of cooperation he cultivated. It lives in the friendships forged under the ICAP banner. It lives in the enduring belief that dialogue is stronger than discord. And it will continue to illuminate our future course. Today we grieve, but we also give thanks for his leadership, for his wisdom, and the decades of his service. We honor a life dedicated not to personal ambition, but to collective progress. We bow our heads in respect and in solemn remembrance. Excuse me. Though his presence will be deeply missed, the institution he built stands as his lasting monument. The principles he championed will remain our compass, and the light he kindled will continue to guide ICAP forward. May we carry his vision with humility. May we uphold his values with integrity. And may we honor his memory not only in words, but in the continued strengthening of the institution. he so compassionately built. On behalf of the ICA family, I convey our heartfelt sympathies to his beloved family, especially Madame Gina de Venecia, our close friend, and who herself played an indispensable role in advancing JDB's ideals in ICA. And the people and the government of the Philippines and all who mourn this immense loss. May his noble soul rest in eternal peace.
Eulogy by Honorable Mushahid Hussain Syed, co-chairman of the Standing Committee of the International Conference of Asian Political Parties, chairperson of the Asia-Europe Political Forum, and special rapporteur of the Standing Committee, chairman of the Senate Defense Committee, Pakistan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In the name of the Almighty, the Lord of all mankind, Your Excellency, the Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, Faustino Boji, G.D. III, Your Excellency, Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, former President of the Philippines, and of course, our dearest Gina de Venecia, an iron lady who stood steadfast like a rock with our beloved JDV through all these years. Thank you for your leadership. It is my great honor to be speaking on this solemn occasion in memory of a unique individual who has carved a name for himself, not just in the annals of the history of the Philippines, but in the annals of Asian history, with his vision, with his grit, with his resilience, and his determination. Remembering him, I'm reminded of my days as a student in Washington, D.C., in Georgetown University, in School of Foreign Service, by the way, like you, madam, where I had the pleasure of listening to a great American president whose quote I always remember, and which, in my view, sums up the character of His Excellency Jose de Venecia. That great American president was Richard Nixon. And Richard Nixon said, "You do not lose when you are defeated. You lose out when you quit." And that was JDV. He never quit. JDV was not just the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Philippines on 5 different occasions. He was many lives rolled into one. Journalist, diplomat, businessman, author, parliamentarian, statesman, and above all, a builder. Builder of coalitions, builder of peace, and a builder of institutions. ICAP, of which I have the honor to be the co-chairman, along with Chairman Chung, who's the chairman, International Conference of Asian Political Parties. And look at the vision and the grit and the creativity of that gentleman, JDV. He founded ICAP at a time when he had lost the presidency, when he was not holding office, but he had that vision to build an institution which he saw at the outset, at the onset of the 21st century, would eventually become today, by the grace of Almighty, as the political and institutional voice of the Asian century, ICAP. And then the Asian Parliamentary Assembly. Then CAPD, Centrist Asia Pacific Democrats International. And also the Asian Peace and Reconciliation Council. So you can see that series of things. And in that quest to build a better tomorrow, he became a bridge between countries, cultures, and continents, with an impact, with an influence, with an ingress from Moscow to Mindanao, from Benghazi to Baku to Beijing to Bangkok, with friends, President Kim Il-sung in Pyongyang, Reverend Sun Moon-myung in South Korea. Both were his friends at the same time. So he had that ability to have that unique outreach. And I was fortunate to discover him thanks to the visiting president of the Philippines to Pakistan in '97, President Fidel Ramos. And I was then Minister for Information, Culture and Tourism. And I was asked by the government of Pakistan, since I studied foreign affairs and I had very good Filipino friends in Georgetown, that I should be his minister in waiting as a protocol minister. So I spent 4 days with the president, who became my old friend, good friend later on. And he told me about his friend JDV, that I have this friend from Pangasinan. And so that's how I discovered JDV, because Fidel Ramos was a great fan of JDV. And they were buddies. I think they were soulmates politically. So, and when I reached this, became a personal friend of JDV, not just a friend, but a partner. He was my friend, philosopher, and guide. We went to Pangasinan. He was a gracious host, wearing the chef's clothes, cooking oyster omelette with hot chocolate laced with lapu-lapu, and then, you know, taking him to our different farms and traveling together. And a very devout Catholic, by the way. And wherever we went, whether it was a Christian or a Muslim or a communist country, he would make sure to find where is the Catholic church. Sunday Mass would be there. And I would invariably go with him. And then I jokingly told him, I think I've attended so many Sunday Mass at Catholic churches, I'm a 49% Catholic now. Because I'd also studied in Christian schools in Pakistan, St. Anthony's, Convent of Jesus and Mary, Forman Christian College. Georgetown University is Jesuit, by the way, so it couldn't be more Catholic. So that's how. And then also at a very personal level, he was always there for you as a personal friend. And I think that was his most endearing trait. And I'll give you 2 examples. When I personally also contested the presidential elections and lost, he was the first to come to me, to comfort and console. And then we discussed things. And what did he do? There was no mourning or tears. He said, let's sing Doris Day's famous song, Ke Sara Sara. Whatever will be, the future's not ours to see. That was his faith. That destiny is ordained by God Almighty. And we have to abide and bow before the Almighty. That was his faith. And then when my son came from the United States, Mustafa, his marriage, he was the first to arrive along with Chem and Chung. And Gina, generous as ever, gave 1,000 pouches of gift wraps and for the guests. And it was such a generous gesture. And he mentored my son. And he also hired him, by the way, because initially he had no job. And he said, come back to Pakistan and work for me. And because he was not just a global Filipino, he was a global Asian. And when we talk of JDV's life, I think he was probably the last of the Mohicans in that element, a person who was above any nationality or even religion, because he saw a world which was a larger worldview. And that worldview saw through him essentially decency personified. A gentleman with a heart of gold and really the vision of a statesman. And as we remember him, I think that this is also his favorite. I've had a life that's full. I've traveled each and every highway and more, much more than this. I did it my way. And I think that's what JDV was all about. Adios, JDV, and enjoy your heavenly abode. Thank you. And long live ICAP, and long live the legacy of JDV, the legacy of love and peace. Thank you.
Eulogy by Honorable Christopher V.P. de Venecia, former representative of the 4th District of Pangasinan in the 17th, 18th, and 19th Congresses.
To friends and family of JDV, our distinguished colleagues, Speaker, and President, all of my friends here. Today we gather not only to celebrate the astounding legacy of our legendary 5-time Speaker of the House, Jose de Venecia Jr., but to sit humbly with the complexity of a man who was larger than life, but also in many ways human. He was the epitome of a bright rainbow. He was many hues to many people across the political spectrum. He was a consensus builder, but I suppose our biggest consensus was that we all fondly called him JDV, myself included. My siblings and I also called him Dad, but I called him JDV more. As I am the second to the youngest and came much later on in his life, JDV and I had a 50-year age difference. An entire half-century of history, of wars being waged, technological turnovers, cultural revolutions, political upheavals, separated the world he lived in and the world I grew into. I'm now UK-based, but he lived there for years, apparently. It is probably the reason why he fondly called my sister Sandra Dun Dundee, and my brother Ipe Ipswich, as these were apparently places in the UK. And we didn't know that until recently, care of Manny Ipe. I'm turning 40 this year, and I feel like the world has happened to me beautifully, but also quite painfully. And yet I am still a decade short of his age when he and Mom decided to have me. And then a year and a half later, my sister Casey, who died in a fire in 2004, but is now reunited with JDV. What experiences he must have gone through himself and wisdom he'd accumulated. Our age gap felt not only chronological, but generational. It shaped how we related to each other, how we disagreed. So he hated Book of Mormon and said this Tony Award-winning musical was an insult to a proud people. And I'm like, Dad, it's satire, chill. But we also agreed. After a Broadway performance of An American in Paris, he was in such euphoria. Quite literally at the theater lobby, he thanked the Lord in front of us for the opportunity to witness such wonder. I agreed. The age gap shaped how we understood the country, but also misunderstood each other. I was a golden child prima facie because I was born when he was 50, not because I was some golden boy or whatever. What people didn't see was the difficulty of trying to relate not just to a dad, but to a statesman whose time was taken up by the public. He was a public servant in every sense of the word. He felt to me like a form of public good, non-excludable, non-rival. And yet, that distance was also strangely a gift. In cultural memory studies, the French philosopher Jacques Derrida theorized the concept of pharmakon in his 1972 essay, Plato's Pharmacy. It is a Greek word pertaining to something that is both poison and cure. Memory and the act of remembering is a pharmakon. Memory can hurt. It hurts to remember JDV's final years as signs of aging slowly veiled the brilliance of his mind. It hurts to know that as I stand here today, I'm not able to exact from a deep well of intimate conversations to paint you a picture of who he was in his own words, and to know that now he is physically no longer with us. But memory can also heal. It is healing to know that he is no longer confined by any earthly condition, that in his twilight years he could still astonishingly recite poetry from memory, word for word. He could sing his favorite tunes with gusto. Art is truly healing, and it granted JDV with a gift of remembering. It is healing to know that a man who debated, negotiated, legislated, and dreamed an impossible dream is whole again in a way we cannot fully comprehend. We are, after all, still human in the face of the unknown and in Knightian uncertainty. Most of all, it is healing to realize something I have understood more and more these past few days as messages of love and support poured in. Even Sigmund Freud couldn't come to terms with it through his psychoanalytical obsessions. Roman Roland referred to it as the oceanic feeling, the boundless sense of unity with something larger than oneself that scholars often associate with religion or with encountering a great piece of art. I realized in the course of this lifetime, JDV was never really mine to begin with. He was always collectively ours. Speaker, fisherman, Rainbow Joe, comic book salesman, mentor, war survivor, boss, colleague, orphan, ally, negotiator, brother-in-law, peace builder, tatay, wordsmith, businessman, statesman, superman, friend. When I entered Congress, people saw me as a continuation of JDV and Manny Gina's legacy. They saw a golden thread connecting generations of public service. JDV stood on foreign affairs, the peace process and interfaith dialogue. Manny Gina stood on women and children's rights. I stood on culture and the arts and the belief that imagination is not peripheral but central to our development, that it is its cornerstone and not just a decorative or nice to have. That advocacy was mine, and yet the courage to stand and stand for something in this arena was something I learned from him and from Mom. He loved the musical Man of La Mancha. He loved singing The Impossible Dream. He believed in dreaming big, to fight the unbeatable foe, as the lyrics went, to bear with unbearable sorrow, to reach the unreachable star. There was something celestial and also oceanic about the way he engaged with that piece of music. It felt like an expression of how he dreamed. JDV was always orientated towards the vast horizon, towards institutions, peace processes, and ideas that outlived individual lifetimes. Alexander Hamilton, in the famous musical, rapped about legacy. What is legacy, he said, but planting seeds in a garden that you will never see? JDV, though not always understood by the public and the people he served, was truly a visionary and ahead of his time. Perhaps this is why our half a century age gap sometimes felt less like a chasm and more like a coastline. He was always standing at the edge of a much larger sea, nay, an ocean. These past few days, I felt the oceanic vastness again as we walked through a sea of loving Dagopeños who offered him a hero's welcome and whose lives he'd touch, as I found myself to be a little fingerling in a room full of fish, big or small, who felt seen by him, whose lives he'd touched, and who hold a piece of JDV in their hearts. It hurts that I do not have a simple father-son vocabulary to fall back on, but it heals to understand that love does not always look like closeness. Sometimes it looks like a simple nod, an admiration from afar, even when you're up close, a special name that only he has for you, like he has for many of us in this room. He called me Topispis Kawayan. He also called me Toferos, Haponicos, Tabanicos, and back then, Iakinos. Sometimes it looks like soldiering on, no matter how hopeless, no matter how far. Memory wounds because it reminds us of what we did not have, but memory heals because it reveals what we were still given. JDV gave this country decades of service. He gave institutions structure. He gave debates civility. He gave colleagues patience and understanding. He gave his staff mentorship, kindness, and love. He gave family his presence, however imperfectly, across the arc of a long and truly consequential life. And he gave me something quieter, but no less powerful. He gave me the capacity to see the ocean. And then he gave me bangus. Today, as we bid farewell to JDV, I hold both sides of the pharmacon, the ache and the balm. JDV chased the impossible dream, not because he was naive, but because he believed that striving ennobles us, even if we never see the full horizon. But then again, what is a horizon but the limit of one's sight? With a life truly well lived, may he now swim in the ocean's vastness, from whence he started as the proud fisherman's son of Pangasinan. May he once again set off to sea, knowing full well that at the end of a turbulent storm, there is a rainbow, and fluttering amidst its bright, colorful hues, a butterfly. Casey, you're in charge now. We love you, JDV. Rest in power. You will be missed. Thank you.
The House of Representatives wishes to present its offering of legislative memorabilia to the family of the late Honorable Jose de Venecia Jr. as a lasting symbol of respect, recognition for his distinguished service to the nation. The House also adopted Resolution number 64, entitled Resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Honorable Jose de Venecia Jr., former Speaker of the House of Representatives during the 9th, 10th, 12th, 13th, 14th Congresses, and spouse of Honorable Maria Georgina de Venecia, representative of the 4th Legislative District of Pangasinan. The Senate has likewise adopted Resolution number 38, entitled Resolution Honoring the Life and Legacy of Honorable Jose de Venecia Jr., former Speaker of the House of Representatives and the venerable statesman, and expressing the Senate's deepest sympathies and condolences upon his passing.
The House of Representatives Secretariat has prepared a short video presentation to commemorate the life of the late Honorable Jose Claveria de Venecia Jr.
If you have a vision for yourself and for your country and for the region, then you aspire to implement. So if you don't have a vision, then you have nothing to aspire for. One of the things that I've always questioned, that Asia, home of the great civilizations, great cultures, up to now we don't have an Asian parliament. I am devoting my life to see how I can contribute to peace and reconciliation and development. We need to enlarge the extent of this partnership among the parties in Asia, been able to work out an alliance with the political parties of Latin America and the Caribbean. And now I'm working for a tri-continental alliance, and then we will reach out for a global union. We are all God's children, and we should be able to work together in peace. We finally realize, examining our conscience, that we are really brothers and sisters, and we're all God's children. Then all of this animosity, all of these fears, all these tensions and conflicts will begin to disappear.
I did what I had to do. I planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway, and more, much more than this, I did it my way. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when I bit off more than I could chew. But through it all, when there was doubt, I ate it up and spit it out. I faced it all, and I stood tall, and did it my way.
Honorable Maria Georgina Vera Perez de Venecia, the wife of the late Honorable Jose de Venecia Jr., will now deliver her response on behalf of the family.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, dear friends, this hall has witnessed my husband's strongest moments. Today, it witnesses my most fragile one. I stand before you not only as a congresswoman, but as a wife who has lost her greatest partner and the love of her life. For almost half a century, I walked beside Joe. The nation knew him as a 5-time Speaker of the House, the longest serving in our post-war republic. He championed laws that strengthened our economy, uplifted our overseas Filipino families, and opened pathways of opportunity for millions. He made representation for the people of Pangasinan, particularly the 4th District, who he loved dearly. He believed deeply that peace and prosperity must walk hand in hand, that dignity begins with a job, with hope, and with shared progress. Before he became a congressman, he was a young journalist in the 1950s, believing that words could shape a democracy. He was a diplomat in war-torn Vietnam in the 1960s. He was a pioneering entrepreneur in the Middle East and North Africa in the 1970s, opening doors for Filipino workers long before the world fully recognized their value. Every chapter of his life prepared him to enter public service. But if you ask him what defined him, he would not speak first of legislation. He would speak of peace. When dialogue was difficult and politically costly, he still reached out to insurgents, to secessionist groups, to leaders across borders, because he believed no Filipino life should be lost when understanding was still possible. Through party and parliamentary diplomacy, through institutions he helped found, he carried the Philippines into the global conversations on reconciliation and cooperation. And yet, for all his accomplishment, he would often tell me, no achievement is ever ours alone. He knew leadership is a burden. He knew it requires difficult decisions and the courage to stand by them. He knew that those in power are human, capable of mistakes, vulnerable to pride, but also capable of rising above their shortcomings to do great things for their country. In politics and in life, we knew victory and defeat, and he would gently remind me, neither the glow of victory nor heartache of failure ever lasts. What lasts is character. What lasts is love. Today, as I stand in his chamber, I cannot help but see him near. I see him standing at the rostrum, presiding over sessions with quiet authority. I see him seated in the chair, listening intently, then firmly banging his gavel to restore order. I hear his eloquent speeches, filling this hall with conviction. I see him in animated huddles with colleagues on the floor, persuading, explaining, dreaming aloud of a better Philippines. This was not just his workplace. This was his battlefield of ideas. This was where he gave the greater part of his life. On behalf of our family, allow me to thank all of you, our colleagues, our friends, our relatives, our staff, our mayors in the 4th District of Pangasinan, Mayors Belen Fernandez of Dagupan City, Marlene Agbayani of San Fabian, Bonafe Paraino of Mangaldan, Leo De Vera of San Jacinto, and Ming Rosario of Manawag, local officials, political leaders, and constituents in the 4th District of Pangasinan, and the Filipino people. As he will be laid to rest at the historic libingan ng mga bayani this Wednesday, my family and I are filled with so much humility and gratitude to President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., Secretary Gilbert Teodoro of the Department of National Defense, the Philippine Veterans Affairs Office led by Undersecretary Reynaldo Mapago, and the Armed Forces of the Philippines led by Chief of Staff General Romeo Browner, for bestowing upon Joe the solemn honor of burial at libingan ng mga bayani, a once-in-a-lifetime privilege for once-in-a-generation Filipino like JDV. To our children and grandchildren, he was dad and lolo, a storyteller, a dreamer, a man whose eyes would light up whenever he spoke of peace. To me, he was my constant, my confidant, the wind beneath my wings. My dearest Joe, you have laid down your gable. You have finished your speeches and debates. You have fought the good fight. But your voice will continue to echo in these halls. Your dream of peace will continue to challenge us, and your love will remain the quiet force that carries me forward. The nation honors you. History will remember you, and I will love you always.
As we bid farewell to Jose Claveria de Venecia Jr., we do so with gratitude for a life spent in faithful service to the nation and to this house. His legacy endures not only in the laws he helped craft, but in the strengthened institutions he left behind and the generations of public servants he inspired to believe in principled leadership. History will remember him as a speaker who understood that power is temporary, but good governance is enduring. Today, we honor his memory by reaffirming our commitment to the ideals he upheld: dialogue over division, reform over complacency, and service above self. In this house we once led, and the republic so deeply loved, we may find comfort in the memories we shared and strength in the legacy he leaves behind. This memorial service is now concluded.
To honor and pay our final respects to the Honorable Jose de Venecia Jr., we will now proceed with the floral offering and viewing.
Time to say goodbye. High and seek and on my velato et vesulte. Adesso si li vibro con te, partirò. Sonave per Mari che io lo so, non lo esito più. It's time to say goodbye. Quando sono lontana, sonoronte mancan le parole. Con me, io sole te sei che con me, con me, con me, con me. Time to say goodbye. Pie and seek and non mai. Vedo e vesuto con te, adesso sì li vivrò con te, partirò. Suonavi per Mari che io lo so, non esito più, con te io li rivivrò, con te partirò. Suonavi per Mari che io lo so, non esito più, con te io li vivrò, con te. pray you'll be arise and watch us where we go and help us to be wise when times that we don't know. Let this be our prayer when we lose our way. Lead us to a place and guide us with your grace to a place where we'll be safe. La luce che tu dai nel cuore resterà a ricordar chi c'è l'eterna stella nella mia preghiera quando vede che el desiderio che ognuno deve morire eterno dentro a sé. This be our prayer, just like every child need to find a place. Guide us with your grace, give us faith so we'll be saved. E la fede che hai es in sonno sento che ci and oh, my soul so weary. When troubles come and my heart burdened be, then I am still and wait her in the silence until you come and sit a while with me. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. And I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. And I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountain. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. And I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up to more than I can